Welcome to the stream, man. How are you, brother?
Hey, Murph, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Awesome.
Very
Oh
good.
man, I don't know if I can do I don't know if I can do the stream and Discord at the same time because it's like I'm hearing a delay. You know what I mean?
Just mute the stream, bro. Mute it.
Got it. Okay, we're good.
There you go. Yes, indeed. Cool though. Welcome, welcome.
How
This
you doing?
was doing well. Doing well,
Good,
my
man.
friend. Scroot is our guest tonight. He's going to just help me coach, and we're just going to talk Warhammer and talk shop and whatnot. We probably will play a game or two if you're up for it.
Yeah, man. I'm down for whatever. You know, it doesn't have to be anything formal or anything.
He's
Just here to hang
chilling.
out mostly.
He's just fucking chilling, everybody. Very cool, very cool. Glad to have you, my man.
Yeah, so I can totally do an accent. It's called a Southern accent, and I just have it by default.
Oh, that's a good accent, sir. It's solid. It is solid. Can Screwed do an accent? That is becoming definitely a thing. A thing on the stream. Everybody knows that we do accents here on the Murph Turf.
Yeah.
So
Murph, I had a great idea.
yeah.
So like I was thinking about it today, and you were having me come hang out this evening, and I don't know if you've been keeping up with Human Boy's content, but he
Yeah.
has. Yeah, so he's been having guests on to talk about factions lately,
Yes, yes.
and you're big into the teaching and stuff.
Uh-huh.
Obviously, you're a teacher, so I was thinking it would be. I mean, it's just an idea, but I was thinking how it would be really cool if you had like teaching sessions from people who mained factions. I think that would be really cool.
That would be really cool. That's a really good idea. You heard it here first, guys. This is why we have people. Immediately, he's given some great ideas. Scroot, hell yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, like I'm just thinking like anytime I try to learn a new faction, I mean it's at least from my perspective, it's like just like the meta goes really deep in understanding a faction, and like part of learning how to beat a faction for me is learning how the faction works.
I completely agree with that. If I want to learn how to beat a faction, the first thing I actually do is I go learn how to play it.
Yeah. So like recently I've been spending a lot of time learning Lizardmen, and or trying to anyways. And I don't by any means claim to know a lot about them, but it's like every time I talk to someone like Flying Taco, it's like I just learn so much more, so many different perspectives.
Yeah.
I mean, like another example is I feel like I have a pretty good grasp on Norska as a faction, but then I was talking to this guy. I don't know if you know who he is, but his name is Katam, and he plays a lot of Norska too, but he plays it differently than I do. And just from bouncing ideas off of him, like he's just got me thinking about the faction in a completely different way that I've never really thought about before. Yeah. So it's really cool.
Enlighten you a little bit.
Yeah.
Just
Well, just
some
think
more
about things differently. Yeah. So you don't get shoved in a corner.
Exactly. You don't want to put yourself in a box. Not a mental box at the very least. That's not good.
Yeah. Well, again, coming back to personal opinions, I mean, I feel like, not to name anyone specifically, but I feel like people as a whole spend too much time. They spend a lot of time complaining about the way things are, rather than, whereas if they spent that much energy thinking about their perception of the way things are and how that might be wrong, and alternative ways of looking at things, it would do them a lot better. You know
Guys,
what I mean?
We're spitting some wisdom at you today. Oh no, the movement glitch. Go up. Hate that. When you alt move and you push them forward, but they actually go backwards.
Yeah, well, that's probably because you have given. So that happens to me whenever I have multiple units in a control group, and I give one of the units move order way ahead of the rest of the units.
Yes,
Yeah, and then you try to alt click drag all of them But what it's doing is it's giving the move order to the new positioning that you've given all of the units.
You know what? It could literally be the entire thing, but I hate it, and I'm just gonna call it a glitch for now. We're just gonna go with that. We're just gonna say it's a glitch. It's not Murph's fault. It's 100%. The game is bad, everybody. Okay, the game is bad.
There are a lot of glitches. I mean, I did just write up a bug report with. Gosh, I think I have to.
Holy
I have
crap!
To, yeah,
There were so
there's
many.
like there's like 50 bugs, I think.
Yeah, it was insane.
Somewhere around there. Yeah, it's still going. I think there's one more I have to add for it's the Guardian bug, but I think it's kind of hit. It's slowed down tremendously, but still, that's a lot of bugs.
It's a lot of bugs. It was a damn large amount of bugs.
But to be fair, I mean, this is a pretty comprehensive game. I mean, you know, I'm not trying to defend CA or anything, but
Yeah,
I mean, they've basically built a Warhammer 2 code base on top of a Warhammer 1 code base. So I mean, their code base is not only gigantic, it's you know, its lifespan is very long.
Thank you for the follow, Mark. Yeah,
goes
it's
over a long period of time. So yeah, when I work in software, so when you when you do shit like that, yeah, things can get wily on you fast.
Starts getting funky. Starts getting funky real quick, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
That makes sense. Come on now. Oh no. They got caught by a hell pit. Very nice play by the Dino Egg. Love to see it. Love to see it. It's the best part about fighting someone that you've been teaching how to play the game is when they beat you, you can still be proud of yourself.
Yeah, for sure, man.
You just gotta go like, ha, well done.
Yeah, well, you know, the world needs teachers. My wife used to be a teacher.
Oh yeah, what did she used to teach?
I mean, she taught everything, man. I think where she left off was English, and then she left teaching.
Right on. I actually think I'm gonna go back to school for English instead of Specky Ed. I don't dislike my job, but I find that I get a little too eloquent and full of prose sometimes for my kids, and I really flow and like to be that person, that type of teaching, and so I kind of want to be able to do that a little more, and I'm kind of limited for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I mean, there's a special place in the world for people who speak or who teach special ed. I mean, talk about a fulfilling job.
yeah, it's definitely. I finally have doing the math. Last year, my co-teacher was doing the math with some of our lower kids, and I'm doing the math with them now. And no offense to my co-teacher, but my math skills are much more robust. And so I'm coming at it from, you know, Common Core math. You know what that is?
Yeah, I know it insofar as, you know, my wife's exposure to it, which was she hated it.
That's pretty funny. I don't hate it. I like it, I would say, but
yeah. Let me rephrase that. She hated it at first, but then as she was forced to learn it, she was like, okay, it's a different perspective, and they're going about it a different way, and it seems like maybe they're putting too much effort into something that's a lot easier, but I can see how it works.
Yes, I don't teach like Common Core. I kind of just teach. I've had a friend who actually, he got a perfect math score on his SATs, and he got 135% in AP Calculus, perfect scores. This guy was so good at math that literally I TA'd for his math class, and when he got a different answer from the book, the math teacher literally went, okay, the book's probably wrong. Let's find out why the book is wrong.
Well, do those people in the world that are really, really good at math, I mean, they're on a different wavelength.
Yeah.
Like, they're not, certainly not where I'm at. You know what I mean?
There's kind of this intuitive understanding. I'm pretty good. I'm certainly not as good as my friend that I'm talking about. But
that was a good fireball.
Thank you. It ended the game, basically.
Yeah, so I was always the kid that was quote unquote terrible at math. And I was terrible insofar as I didn't give the right answer. But
Uh-huh.
I
Uh-huh.
was the kid that would always do an equation and come to some crazy answer, but like how I showed my work made sense, but it was just the wrong logic.
Yeah. So with Common Core, right? I'll just explain really quick. You'll get what I'm talking about. I'm sure you're a sharp guy. When you have, let's say, like 26 plus 27, instead of adding 26 and 27 and going like 7, blah, 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 carry the 1, yada, yada, you think of it as 7 and 6 and 20 and 20. And you split up the
Okay.
numbers.
Well, what's interesting is I guess I kind of do that halfway because
Yeah.
the way I do it in my head is I take 26 plus 7 and then add 20.
Yep, there you go. You split the numbers up. Exactly. That's
Yeah.
just an intuitive. That's what Common Core is designed to try to do. It's just that it's actually literally being taught that way instead of this rote mechanic of, add the number, put the thing up, add the number, carry the 1. The kids that I'm teaching,
Yeah.
I'm like, what does carry the 1 mean? And they're like, put the number up. And I go, why do you do that? And they go, because you're supposed to. And I'm like, that's not a reason.
Yeah.
So,
Nice.
good game, Dino. I'm good at math. I'm in honors in math. I'm 2 grades above in math. Very, very cool, Dino. That's good to know. If it's any age doxing information, though, you might want to keep it to yourself because you're 18 or over. Yes, absolutely. As far as I know, Dino always tells me he's 18. You're in college, right, Dino? That's what you're talking about? Absolutely. Cool. Oh, no, you're just a senior and you turned 18, right? Absolutely. Very cool.
So, speaking of age, how old are you, Murph?
I'm 31, my friend.
Okay. Nice.
Nice, yeah. The 30s, they're the new 20s.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, I don't know. The 30s for me have been. I mean, God, I feel like I've lived 3 lifetimes in my 30s. I'm 36.
Oh, uh-huh.
And I don't know. I don't know why that is. I mean, I have some ideas, but yeah, and then once you start to get on the backside of your 30s, then you start, things start creeping on you. You're like, I'm 4 years away from 40, and all that kind of shit.
Yep, you're getting there. You're getting there. Absolutely. But
It's okay though.
you sound like a successful guy. You got a wife and a kid, and life seems pretty good, I hope.
Yeah, mostly. I mean, I got my. It's when I think about when people ask me how to describe life, I think it reminds me of a Dave Chappelle quote
Uh-huh.
when he was like, it's in one of his stand-up special. He was like, people ask me how my life is, and he's like, it's like an above-the-ground pool. It's all right.
That's pretty funny.
But I think that's a great analogy.
It
It's
is.
like, yeah, it's an above-the-ground pool. It's all right. It's not amazing. It's all right.
Countess, what is your major minor? You didn't like college level math and you don't see a need for it with your major minor. What is it? What's your major minor? I've heard a study on mathematics and how, first of all, basic math obviously useful for anybody. Going to the store, you need basic math, right? But algebra, obviously this is not college level, but algebra helps people think abstractly, and that would be very useful for Warhammer because if you can think abstractly with a build, let's say, you go, for example, I need a unit that will kill Dino's big dinosaurs. That is an X. That is a variable. That is algebraic. It is an algebraic problem that we have created out of Warhammer. You're welcome, everybody. Major in art, minor in graphic design / music. Yeah, I could see maybe graphic design and music, but I mean art, maybe you could do some art with math. Wait, Murph, can you give me your shooty boom build, please, for Lizard Men? Yeah, you want to see it real quick? Here.
Yeah, I feel like this matchup is Lisbon favored.
Wood Elves versus Lizardmen?
Yeah, I think so.
I
I
agree with you.
think I think it's just a numbers and attrition thing.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You know, like if you can get in there with the Wood Elves and shut them down fast, then I think you can win. But if the longer the game goes, the more it's in Lizardman favor, I think.
Absolutely. I've heard a few people say that they think it's Wood Elf favored, and I am like, I don't agree with that. And especially if Dino's gonna bring this build right here, oh boy, not a fun thing to fight on your Dude, it's a Priest of Beasts, the only thing you should ever take practically if you're really making a serious build on the Lizardmen. You agree with that, Scroot?
What?
A Priest of Beasts. If you're on the Lizardmen, that's what you bring.
I mean, I think there are situations where you can bring the what is it, the Heavens Caster, the Heaven Skink. Obviously, and I think the Skink Oracle is.
Ooh yeah, Skoracle.
I mean, it's good. I think it's.
Love it.
I don't know. For me, it's more situational. I would say, yeah, in my build, it's like 75 to 80% of the time I'm bringing the Beastcaster. But
exactly.
I do think you can bring the Heavens Caster sometimes. I think it does have some applications.
Manticore. I'm sorry, Manticore.
Hey, good.
Dino, and Flock of Doom, buddy. Yeah. So, I agree with you completely. For the higher level player, here you go. Here's an analogy. What is the Earth's orbit around the sun? What shape is it?
Is this a question for me?
Yeah, what shape is it?
I think isn't it oval?
It is an oval. Okay, so there you go. You're on step 2, basically. When you're teaching someone about the orbits, you go, what shape is the orbit of the Earth around the sun? You go, it's a circle. You just say it's a circle. It just goes in a circle around the sun, right? I'm sure you've learned that in school. Pretty basic stuff. You say it's a circle. But then you're at the next level, right? It's an oval, right? Because it's not a perfect circle. One side's a little longer. And you go, it's an oval. And you go, really? But the scientific term for that is it's actually an ellipse because it's not perfectly symmetrical, the orbit. You know, it's a little skewed to one side. It's an ellipse, right?
Yeah.
And then eventually you go, well, and not only that, it's a 3% ellipse. So if you actually look at this ellipse, it looks like a circle. You can't really tell. And if you really, really want to get technical, you go, well, the moon, we actually, the center of gravity of the Earth and the moon, you kind of have this corkscrewing effect. So the orbit of the Earth is a 3% ellipse with a corkscrew.
See, this is why I'm not a good teacher, because I'm the guy that immediately goes to the end of the conversation here.
Yeah. And
you know what I mean?
I have found that a lot of the people that are talking, yes, it is a helix. That is correct, Chad. Chad just did exactly what I was telling you about. You know, it's a corkscrew. I was explaining it simply. If you wanted to talk about helixes, you know, like that would be build up from corkscrew, Chad. Anyways, a lot of the people that I talk to when I'm teaching people, I'll say something. I'll go, only bring a priest of beasts. And then they go, oh, well, you know, but... And it's like, okay, you got to put yourself in I'm a new player. I don't know what I'm doing. Just bring a priest of beasts. Once you start learning, like, oh, I can buff my unit. I can do this. A wind blast is good over here. Things like that. You know, you're absolutely right. There's definitely, like, everything's got a niche and everything. And I'm not criticizing what you said at all. That's why you're here. To add that flavor and depth to the conversation, which I very much appreciate. But it's very interesting. Okay, so he is Lizardman. I'm going to go Wood Elves, though, like I said. Or like
it's definitely a good place to start with simplicity, for sure.
Mm-hmm. That's just...
But, yeah, so the priest... I like the Priestcaster into, like, Empire and Dwarves sometimes.
I actually found him pretty effective against the Dwarf.
Yeah, Thunderbolt. I think it can be really good against Dwarves.
I really liked just harmonic convergence, actually. I broke
the
line really, really fast compared to not having it. So
yeah, Dwarven infantry, especially the cheaper infantry, has low melee attack. So if you can get units in combat with them with high melee defense, they really struggle.
Yep. It's a beautiful thing. All right. Oh, I gotta change. Waiting for our guest to arrive.
And Wind Blast is just so good against Empire.
Wind Blast? Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean it can destroy state troops.
There we go. And if you guys didn't know, our friend, the Central Scrutinizer, big Frank Zappa fan. That's where he gets his name from. There's a song. He played it for me. I wasn't the biggest fan, but what was the song that I liked? I always forget what it's called because he's got wackadoodle names, sir.
Well, I gave you quite a few.
You did.
I think you really liked the Muffin Man.
I really liked the Muffin Man.
Which is a classic. Everybody should go listen to Frank Zappa, the Muffin Man, if you haven't heard it yet.
There you go.
But I think the one you're specifically talking about is Florentine Pogan.
Florentine Pogan too. Florentine
Yes.
Pogan I liked quite a bit.
Which, if there's any music buffs listening, from an arrangement perspective and a composition perspective, is a masterpiece.
Oh, yes, it's from an arrangement perspective, everyone. It's a masterpiece. Yes, quite.
It's great.
I have a friend, he's a music teacher, and he'll I like Bob Marley, and he hates Bob Marley. He's like, he can't fucking play music. It's all absolute trash. I wonder if you share that opinion as a music buff.
What? Dude, anybody who hates Bob Marley is, I mean, there's something wrong with him, you know?
He's just like, the progression of chords is wrong.
How the
It's
fuck
not
can you hate Bob
melodious,
Marley?
Yada, yada, yada.
Like, I think, dude, you can't, to hate Bob Marley is to have, like, you just have, like, a tainted soul, you know?
Yeah, I was literally gonna, he is a ginger. So
You're just like a fucking angry dude.
he's
Yeah.
just an angry dude. He's one of the nicest, happiest people I know too. It's really funny. But yeah,
I mean,
doesn't like Bob Marley.
Bob's constantly singing about like liberation and freedom and
Yeah.
living a happy life. I mean,
Yeah.
how can you not love that shit?
I don't know. See, musically speaking, his music sucks, says Chad. They're not talented at all with their instruments.
Yeah, I have to give a strong disagreement there,
Just
because
like Kurt Cobain. But the effect is amazing, he says. Okay.
Yeah, but see, it's not all about how technically proficient you are at your instrument.
Yeah, exactly.
Bob Marley. If you look at Bob Marley and the Wailers within the context of reggae, their music, I mean, within the context of reggae, was actually pretty complex, especially harmonically. And Nirvana's music wasn't like, you know, theoretically complex, but it had a personality, which so much music nowadays lacks.
That's my favorite band too. I love Nirvana.
Yeah, Nirvana's great, man.
Love
They're
me
great.
some Nirvana. Best live album of all time, MTV Unplugged, Nirvana. Changed my mind.
It's a good one.
And it's a good one.
Sisters of Twilight, duty observed.
Glade Guard, dauntless Azray, they will die.
My goodness. Oh my goodness.
Eternal Guard.
Oh, it's so crazy. Look at all these bombs.
Yeah, they do a lot of damage.
They do so much damage. Dino, your guys in the back are not moving though. And that's the key to this, because I'm going to kill these guys. They're not going to break my line. What they're going to do is they're going to hurt the shit out of me and die without support.
So you don't like the spray fire mode against infantry and sisters?
I do. I just honestly didn't put it on. I tend to leave it off because I rarely use them against infantry. It's just, that's the only thing that was there.
Ah, I gotcha.
Whoops. Yeah, I actually used to dislike it. I really did. Until there was a point where I used it on infantry at one point, and I was like, holy crap, it destroyed that infantry. That was amazing. And so I kind of came around. But I used to not like it full blown. It's true. But I believe their guns are kind of wasted upon the infantry. I think so. I think they should be firing at other stuff.
Right! Eternal Guard!
God damn.
Our bows are yours!
Womp, 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 womp,
Quickly!
womp, womp, womp. I didn't even think about the fact that he was literally going to use my build right now against me, but
Sisters of Twilight!
that's okay. It's a very hard build to micro. You see that, Dino?
Yeah, he's forgotten about his cab over here.
He's forgotten about his cab. He's forgotten about lots of stuff.
Which honestly, if he would just bring up his cab in the rear,
He would have had a
could
good
still win-
time.
He could
Yeah.
win this. He could have won this game.
Yeah, he absolutely could have.
Because that would have pulled your cab to the back.
Yep, and then I wouldn't have had anything to stop his frontal assault.
Yeah.
And GG, you know, GG. But
Yeah.
'tis not what occurred this day,
Let's hunt! For the eternal
which we're glad about. We don't want to lose yet.
Athelaren!
We try and delay our loss to our students as long as possible. Although
So this is Dino that you're playing.
this is Dino.
Cool.
Dino has been improving quite rapidly, but I don't think Dino's been playing as much as he used to.
Quickly! Ready for battle!
I kind of just ignore summons. I'm just like, okay, you got that unit, and like, I don't even care. A lot of people I've seen kill them.
Orders acknowledged!
It might be the way to do it. It might be. Do you kill summons?
I think it just depends upon
To battle!
what's going on in the battle and what targets they're attacking.
Fight as one!
Like if they
advice.
just send them into a cheap spear unit, I don't give a shit.
Well, of
But like
course.
if they're hitting a win condition, then usually I'll just try to pull it off with a unit of cav or something.
Back!
Makes sense. Oh, Dino. Yep. I mean, it was over. I do have to do the Murph tiny bladder thing, everybody, though. Always drinking this water. It's ridiculous. Okay, I gotta go. Thank you for playing, Dino. Scroot, buddy. Scroot. Water from the tiki cup. Tiki cup. You see the tiki cup? Water.
Indeed.
Water from the tiki cup. Okay. All right, Scroot. You're in charge. Everyone listen to Daddy Scroot while I'm gone. He's gonna speech at you. I will be back.
I'll probably just wait till you return.
Oh, come on. You gotta fill the dead air, Holmes. No, it's fine. Do what you like. I'll be back. Alrighty, we are back, everybody. Alright, let's go over really quickly. First of all, I think you would agree with me that Dino's main problem in that game was micro.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I think most problems are micro, but yeah, especially yeah, especially yeah. To speak to that game, yeah, absolutely. So if he So he decided to flank on that right side with all of his cav,
Mm-hmm.
and he approached with his stalkers. So the thing is obviously he left his army in the back, and then he forgot his cav on the side.
Mm-hmm.
So if he just like works on hitting with all of those parts of his army at the same time,
Yep.
um, then I mean he would just get that battle could have gone the exact opposite way that
Easily.
it ended up going. Yeah.
Easily.
And another thing about the stalkers is like I think people are still trying to figure out the utility of that unit. So in this context, he used them to attack the Eternal Guard shields in their tight formation, which they are really really good at.
Yes.
But another thing that they're also really really good at is flanking and coming up in the rear.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love to use them against artillery and slayers and stuff like that. They'll just destroy those units.
They absolutely do. If you get in on an artillery, they shoot the bombs, the artillery dies, and then you have a full health unit in their back line, and you don't even have to bother with charging into that artillery or anything. Like it flattens it, and then you're on to some archers, or you just keep going.
Yeah, and they have high melee defense too, so
They
they
do.
can stay and fight for quite a while.
Yeah.
That's I don't know if you remember, but the tournament last weekend when I was playing Contende. So I brought 3 of those in the dwarf matchup, and I flanked his rangers and his artillery in the back, and basically took those a couple of those units offline at the beginning of that battle.
I absolutely remember. I was cast in that game, and I literally was talking about it as it happened. I went, "Oh, these got 3 chameleons in the back," and I knew, obviously, I had the knowledge that Contende had 3 ranger units, and I was like, "Uh-oh, this math's up perfectly," and sure as shit, you got him, no problem. And I mean, the stock to flank, goodness.
Yeah, and they're fast.
Fast.
I've spent a lot of time practicing that matchup with Yamais. I don't know if you know him, but yeah, if you ever do like a dwarf thing, he would be a great guest to have on. His knowledge is pretty extensive when it comes to dwarves.
Okay, Gandalf says he uploaded some replays for help, so if I have time later, he'd like to hear our opinion. And the other dude on Discord, this is the Central Scrutinizer, and yeah, why don't we do that? Let's look at some replays and give some advice. What do you think, Scroot?
Sounds good.
Okie dokie. Go in there. Gotta
Just
do
a disclaimer before we get started, these are my opinions, and I'm not the best player in the world. So
They're always just our opinions, and even when someone is the best player in the world, sometimes they're wrong too.
yeah, there's a lot of people that are way better than me. So these are just my perspectives. So take it or leave it,
Yeah, that's what you're here to do. Like you were saying earlier, a new perspective is oftentimes just extremely helpful.
Yeah, for sure.
Gandalf help 1, and we're going in. We're gonna snag Wood Elves Gandalf's Yes replay. Okay, I liked the title of the first one because that's nice and simple for me to use, but also, I mean, this isn't like a bad title. But, please title things nice and simple, like Cast for Gandalf. It's great, but because I've got quite a few saves now from folks. I try to delete them, but sometimes I forget. And then I'm like, what game is this? Then I'll look at it and I'm like, oh, I already cast it on stream.
Yeah, when you get too many, your replay folder fills up, and it can really bog down your CPU.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see. Replays. Would Elf Gandalf yes yes or no? Gandalf help 1. It's titled 1, so we're gonna watch that first. I think that just makes sense. Okay, so it's Gandalf and Rampage, 2 of my longtime viewers. Love these guys. They are awesome folks. And so it's Vampire Counts versus Skaven. Let's take a look at the builds first. So we have Skaven Slave Spear front line from the Skaven. 3 Poisoned Wind Globadiers behind that. Clan Rat Spears with shields behind that. 2 Rat Ogres guarding our back and ready to charge in for some mass. Throt the Unclean, of course, on his Pack Rat. He has Creature Killer, which I always recommend, basically. That's kind of why you bring him. He's crazy good at killing large units with that boy. And then he is a Chieftain and a Plague Priest with... What is this spell called? I forget. Just Plague. It's just Plague. A Plague Priest with Plague. Oh, whoops. Okay. And then we'll head over to here. Zombie front line, of course. Very standard chaff front line from both of our players. We have 4 Crypt Horrors and Skeleton Spearmen, along with the ROR Skeleton Warrior and a regular Skeleton Warrior. So 4 Skeleton Spearmen and the ROR Skeleton Warrior with a regular Skeleton Warrior. Manfred von Karstein up on his big Dorgy boy.
So, just real quick, I guess my first question is, what are the purpose of the skeletons of the spears?
I agree with that. Why are you bringing spears against the rats? We also have Vargeist and the ROR Vargeist. Well, I didn't think about that, but good point. Yes, that is a good point.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, honestly, I was just wondering if there was something I wasn't thinking about. But I think, yeah, I mean, I think that's probably a good place to start, which is like, you know, you want to put thought by each unit that you bring. Like, what can they like? What I do in the army pick screen is I try to think of like if I'm picking counts into Skaven, I think like, okay, what can they bring? And how do I build my army to account for all the things that they can bring? So that's kind of where I start, and then the second kind of perspective around making an army is what are my win conditions that I'm going to pick, and how can I build an army around those to support those win conditions? So a win condition could be, you know, a dragon or a mortis engine. Just all depends on what you want to do. Whether, you know, with Skaven, they have really low leadership. So a lot of times what people like to do is bring terror-causing units and try to break their leadership and cause chain routes, and that's how they win the game. Anyway.
Yeah, I agree completely with that. That's some really good basic advice, you guys. What do my units do against the enemy? And how do I beat them, basically, in a nutshell. So that's exactly why we're kind of wondering about those spears, right? I mean, I would suppose Rat Ogres and Throt and the Chieftain, but Skaven don't really want their units involved in a blob fight too much because they're Skaven and they run and they do things. So these are to peel you off, right? So you're probably not going to get too much use out of those spears, which is why we're kind of questioning. You know. Dang, Poisonwind Globadiers have 100 armor. Rampage just said that in chat. I didn't know they had that much armor. That's a lot of armor.
Yeah, most of their weapon teams have high armor for some reason.
Really? What the hell?
So if you look at the Skaven army here, it's like from the looks of it, its win conditions are the poison wind globes
Yep.
and the really strong single entity core that it has in the middle. So if I'm playing the Skaven army, I'm thinking, okay, I want to protect these poison globes as much as possible,
Mm-hmm.
so that they can burn down all of the vampire couch chaff, and then I'm going to use all of these single entities to kill all of the single entities in the large units for the counts.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think this is a really well built army. Um, I'm not thrilled about the Plague Claw Catapult when you already got the Poison Wind, but I mean, it's going to do some damage on the way in. Vampire counts are very slow. I like the Warp Lightning Cannon, though, I would say, especially because they like to bring a little friend in the sky a lot of the times. So I think that's a pretty good choice.
Yeah, definitely.
And let's watch and get into the battle, shall we? Here, let's speed up slightly. Come on, let's... Yep, we're going to fight. Everybody... Yep, here we go. There, we're moving, we're grooving. There we go. Okay, what are we firing at? What did you just fire at? It looks like Crypt Horrors.
Crypt Horrors, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's in range of them. He's looking to get the maximum juice he can. He's even firing at the ROR Skeleton Warriors. Love that. It's getting some pretty good damage. I'm hoping to see a change over to Manfred von Karstein.
Yeah, his target priorities are okay, I would say.
And yep, it looks like he did change. Nice dodge by Gandalf, though. And now, how do you feel about this? When someone, if I notice they're doing a very, very good job at dodging.
Yeah. So pause it real quick here. So, here's the thing about counts in the Skaven, right? So luckily, so right here he's flying his Vampire Lord on the dragon, really, really close to the Skaven army by himself.
Yeah.
In this particular situation, it's not a problem because the Skaven player didn't bring Howling Warp Gale, and he doesn't have any like rattling guns or Jezzails to punish that really.
Mm-hmm.
But in most cases, the Skaven player is going to bring Howling Warp Gale, and if he flies out like this and gets Warp Galed, he's going to take massive damage from weapons teams. So it's risky.
What unit is Howling Warp Gale on?
It's on the engineers. Claw has it as well.
Okay. So, good advice on both sides. Bring Howling Warp Gale. And, yeah, I mean, of course, don't fly your lord in front of your army like this. Kind of just a basic don't do it. Every once in a while, it's okay.
Well, it's in here. It's okay, but you always want to be on the lookout for the Warp Gale because counts, their lords are so, especially compared to other factions, their lords are so much of a stronger win condition.
Yeah.
Because they're like the centerpiece of their army most of the time. So if you lose your lord as counts, it's way more detrimental than if you were to lose your lord as, say, like, I don't know, maybe like Beastmen or something. I'm not saying it isn't bad for Beastmen, but it's much more detrimental for counts, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. Not only are they just more expensive than pretty much any other lord, they're all like 3,000, but just that,
yeah,
the leadership
right.
loss, the damage loss, the healing a lot of the time is on the lord.
Yeah, if this dragon dies here, he loses all of his spells. He loses his breath attacks. He loses his a terror-causing unit, which is really important. Yeah.
Rampage says Greyseer has Warp Storm Scroll, which I think is even a bit better, but it's only one use.
Oh yeah, that item. Yep.
And Hammond wants to know: are you an Empire player?
I mean, I play a good bit of Empire. I don't claim to be like a master Empire player or anything, but yeah, I play them a good bit.
So what would you say your main faction is then? What do you main?
I don't really have a main faction. I would say that there are 3, maybe 4 factions that I've put a good amount of time on, and,
Yeah,
and I
rattle
feel
them
fairly
off.
competent.
What are those 3-4 factions, Ben?
So that would be Greenskin Empire and Norska, and then so that's kind of like the A tier. B tier is I don't know. I'd have to look at it real quick. So
Hammond.
these are factions that I play that I know a little less than that. Would probably be like
Yes. He's an Empire player. You heard it. He said that's one of his mains. Yes.
yeah, there you go.
I have an Emp versus Chaos game I want to hear y'all's input on. Are you in my Discord, Hammond? You can DM it to me and we can talk about it. Okay, let's keep going. I think that's good info. I just really want to quickly say this is such a beautiful game. I love it. Oh goodness. Oh, see, that's what we're talking about. That whole Lord too close. Getting, I believe those are the Poison Wind Globadiers on
Yeah,
there.
I can't believe how much damage they did to him there.
They do a surprisingly large amount against single entities. I found that out like a week ago. I was amazed. Same
That's
with
crazy.
Chameleon Stalkers. Have you ever used them against a single entity?
Yeah. Well, especially if it's
God.
low armor.
Yeah. Oh God, it's beautiful. All right, he's
So-
coming in.
Yeah. So right here, you see this White King's
Yeah.
overextending.
Overextended, absolutely.
If the Skaven player takes all of his single entities and hits that White King,
And he
which-
does.
Yep.
Oh goodness. Oh, and the summon behind, yeah, that I like that because we don't want that White King. You might as well take it out.
Yeah, and so one thing he did there that was good is he brought the Cryptors up to support. But the thing is that it's just the White King and the Cryptors without the infantry support. So pause it
Yep.
right here. So without the infantry support here, those Cryptors are just gonna die.
Which we can
Another-
see right there. They
Yeah,
just
another
died.
another mistake that he's making right here is he's blobbing all of this infantry up on a single line, which is incredibly inefficient. So like
Boom.
you can see here on this flank he has a 3 stack of
Yeah, right here.
zombies, skeletons, and skeleton spears.
Yep.
And so that's like incredibly inefficient. So what you want to do is you got to think about the utility of each unit. What is the purpose of each unit, right? Zombies aren't going to win a fight for you. They're not going to beat another infantry unit most of the time. So their utility is they can hold up a unit, or you can use them, although they are slow, you can use them to flank and get in the back line and get on some ranged units or what have you. The skeleton unit, the skeleton warrior unit, is the one that you want to engage with the skeleton spears here, because I'm sorry, with the Skaven slave spears here, because they will win that fight.
Mm-hmm.
And then you might want to. So what you should do is you could do a couple things, but what I would have done is sling the zombie either on the inside of this unit here to get on these globes and tie them up.
Going through
Engage.
a gap,
Yep.
you're saying?
Right, and then engage the spear unit with the skeleton warrior unit so they can win that battle, and then take the spear unit out on the far flank to engage in the back, to flank.
There
But
you
yeah,
go.
you want to think because when you line up and when you stack your infantry like this, they're not hitting as efficient as they could be because they're all stacked on top of each other, and they can punish you really hard if they have any spells like Scorch,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Because they'll just hit
absolutely.
all 3 of those units at one time,
Take
and it's
them
gonna
out.
hurt.
I
Yep.
would say a lot of the time, you guys, you might see me. I like to kind of stack my infantry like that, but I play very ranged heavy builds, and what I tend to do is I'll have units in the front, and I will switch my lines for the heavy hitters in the back will move forward, and then let's say their spears, whatever they are, they're gonna move backwards, and I also play like the Croxagore and Skink build. You do want your Croxagores inside of your Skinks. They support each other. That is a wonderful thing to have. Just like he was saying, the Crypt Ghouls were great, but they didn't have the support of the infantry. They need to be together. They need to be inside of each other. But your basic infantry, absolutely, like he's saying, don't stack them up because, like he said, they're inefficient. This is all about the models that are fighting. You care about this little line of models that are fighting. So if they're just zombies and the skeletons can't get past them, well, then the Skaven slaves are going to kill these zombies. And these guys are just going to be standing here. That's kind of a waste, right?
Yeah, and I think the point he's making in chat is that he usually uses Gorst, and so he likes stacking. You know, that's cool. I think Gorst's region aura, you know, it's not huge, but it's not small either. So, and you can move Gorst around. I mean, he has slow speed, but you can move him in the back lines, and as long as you protect him, I mean, you can move him around in the area to heal units that are flanking, getting in the back line, engaging the front line, what have you. But yeah, good players are going to punish you every time that you stack infantry.
Yeah, absolutely. It's juicy. All right, let's keep going. It's firing in. Oh, see, because it's so good for an artillery piece like a Plague Law catapult. Oh.
Yeah, and also these globes in the middle are just throwing on like 4 units there and getting massive value. So right here, see, watch this Plague. So yeah, right here, another thing he could do is his Vampire Lord's idle. He needs to get that thing busy. Bring it in the back line, summon on that artillery.
Boom.
Get a rear charge on some Rat Ogres, something like that to break the Rat Ogres.
It's like, are you going to breathe? No, I thought he was going to breathe for a sec.
Yeah, get a breath attack. Oh, see, that's a great summon right there. And see, now he could drop this Dragon Lord right on those weapons teams.
Absolutely.
And tie them up.
There he goes. Yep. Good. Unfortunately, that White King, though, poor guy.
That's a great play right here.
It was.
And see, all that took was a charge from the Vargeist and the Dragon Lord, and he broke that unit.
Yeah, really nice coordination.
Yeah.
But very, very good counterplay from the Poison Winds as well. And Throt and everybody kind of going in. They got a lot of damage on this Vampire Lord for sure.
Yeah, and see the fact that the Poison Winds have been able to fire for the majority of this game is the reason that he's lost so much infantry here.
Mm-hmm.
If he shuts those down way faster, this game is way more in the Count's favor at this point.
Yep.
See, look at that value he's getting on that flank right there. It's just with those globes.
Yeah, they're all right next to each other. He finally gets in on there. But, yeah, I mean, you could have gone Vargeist around, Vampire. Once everything was engaged, you dodged really well. They are going to shoot the middle for a moment. Boom! Boom,
yeah, so
boom.
You got to think about, like, in this particular instance, what he has to protect those globes. Those globes are his win condition.
Mm-hmm.
What does he have to protect those globes? His single entities and his Rat Ogres and maybe some shit spears.
Yep.
Well, you get infantry on those spears and you tie up the Rat Ogres. And then you use your win conditions, which are 2 of them are the Vargeist and the Vampire Lord, to get in the back line, summon on those weapons teams, you know, charge them with the Vargeist, break them as soon as possible, and then get them up in the air and escort them off the battlefield.
There you go. Now, I have a question. You might know this answer. You just said get them up in the air. Can you, if you're in the air, can you just follow a unit that's on the ground and literally escort it off? Or do you actually have to be engaged on the ground to keep it routing?
I'm pretty sure the way it works is that you can just be above them in the air. And as long as you stay close, they'll continue to route.
Guys, that is huge. That's a big deal. If you can just fly after something, you're not even in danger from anything on the ground. No spears, no cav. Only arrows, basically, or another flying unit. And by basically, I mean literally and spells. So that's good. I didn't ever think of that. So I'm gonna start doing that for sure.
Yeah, there are some weird caveats to that, but for the most part, that's true.
All right.
See, now look at this flank right here. There's a Rat Ogre unit that's isolated by itself.
So
And
near flank,
then it breaks.
far flank.
The near flank.
Near flank. Rat
So there
ogres,
was there was a Rat Ogre unit there that was isolated in low leadership. So when I see that, I'm like, I need a terror causing unit there or something to rear charge because that'll break it immediately,
Right.
and then it's gone.
There you go. Yeah, terror, very big, and I believe Vargeist do cause terror.
Only the
right?
ROR.
Oh, only the ROR does.
Which he did bring, which
Yeah,
is
he
a
did
good
bring
move
it.
here. Yep.
So these just cause fear. Okay. Fear is still decently effective against low leadership, but obviously
For
not
sure.
as good as terror. So nice. We're digging this apparently, and by we I mean Central is because he knew about it. Oh, I mean, kind of a last-ditch attempt diving in on the Plague Priest and Throt. Vargeists are, you know, they're pretty glass cannon, right? I don't know too much about vampire counts, but they are not the greatest at killing, you know, like a Throt. Ooh, a zombie summon, very good. I like this though.
Yeah.
What's behind you? Is that, oh, it's the Plague Priest? Oh no, not the Poison Winds though. And a Plague.
Yeah, I have to say the usage of the plague with the poison winds by the Skaven player has been great this game.
It has, it really has. And good job though realizing Gandalf, you went, you know what? This, I can't stay in combat with the poison winds like that. And he immediately
For
flew
sure.
out.
Yeah, that was
and
good.
Pushed them away, so that was good. Lots of back and forth.
Yeah, so I think this is over because he doesn't have any answers to that single
Yeah.
entity blob for the Skaven.
He has no chaff to support it. He's got, I mean, look,
Nice
just
breath
look at the
attack.
sea of red. Oh, yep, that's true.
Yep.
Good breath.
Wow, that did a lot of damage.
It did. Breaths are crazy.
Yeah, especially when you're right on top.
Mm-hmm. Look at that.
But yeah, I think I think the problems here for the vampire counts were just how they didn't shut down the wind conditions of the Skaven fast enough, and they just stacked their infantry too much and got punished for it too hard.
Yeah, that initial engagement kind of set the tone for the entire battle. Sent White King in by itself, sent the vampire in by himself, got, I mean, a quarter of his life on the vampire, a dead White King, and blobbing up and allowed the poison winds to just absolutely punish him. Gandalf says, one question, should I bring a Vargulf against Skaven?
Yeah, you can bring Vargulfs. They're good.
Vargulfs are very good.
Yeah, for sure. They'll really help you in single entity fights.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, Skaven can bring some pretty strong single entities,
They
so you
sure
need
can.
answers to that.
I'm a huge fan of Hell Pits, so Vargulf,
Yeah.
take care of that.
Well, the great thing about Vargulfs, I mean, I would say their downside is their low leadership, but where they make up for that is in their regen and their speed.
Yes.
So with Vargulfs, if you're going to use them, they're a little micro intensive. You've got to get them in and get them out. You've got to really keep an eye on them, but they can be assassins for sure.
Now they're going, what about the flying units? What about the Vargeists? I mean, judging from this, they looked pretty effective, especially that ROR with the terror.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's personal discretion. I'm not a big fan of them, just because of my experience. They just get too stuck in melee combat sometimes. But with that being said, I've seen some people use them and very well. So.
Hey Sock, this is the Central Scrutinizer. I hope, did I change the title? It should say Guest Multiplayer Spanker, the Central Scrutinizer. But yeah, this is the Central Scrutinizer. He's played in a few of my tournaments. Have you been on like Turin streams and stuff like that? That's it to you, Central.
Oh, let's see. I don't know. I've been playing for a long time, so maybe at some point. I've been in some of his videos before, I think. And I'll be playing in his faction war that's coming up pretty soon.
Oh, really? What faction did you bring?
I'll be playing Norska.
Norska, nice. Well, there you go. Sock says he saw you on Papa Turin, so there you go. Yeah, Phoenix or Ix. I said Phoenix. Goodness. Ix says the Central Scrutinizer, and then Chad says the Central Scrutinizer. Exactly. And so yeah, I mean, here's the inevitable. Army loss is gonna come in, gonna crumble down. And why don't we look? I would love to see the value on those poison winds.
On that Plague Priest, too.
On the Plague Priest, too. Oh my goodness. Yes. Look at that. 16. 21 on Throt. Beautiful. Beautiful. 8, 13, and 9. And against Zombie Chaff, against just really weak units, like, that's juice. That's a lot. And I know they were firing in on some of the bigger entities, but...
I think those units cost 550, so they definitely paid for themselves.
They cost 550, yep. Really good. Let's see. 21 from Manfred, not too bad. The poor White King, this was a huge problem. Not quite reaching 2.
Yeah, he overextended too early with him, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's brutal. Ones and 2s all throughout, which, I mean, chaff units, what are you going to do? Cryptor's getting 1s, 2s, 3s, a 6, not too bad. 8 and 13, though. I'd say, yeah, I mean, the Vargeist were played pretty well.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's just kind of that chaff blob, the overextension. And I think that was the big takeaway for us. Everyone's just memeing your name right now. The Essential Scrutinizer. The Centennial Scrutinizer.
Yeah.
Scroot.
All sounds good.
We call them Scroot round these pots. Murph, did you save our games? I didn't save any of our games. Ix. I have quite a few games, and this is with deleting a lot. But people send me a lot. Casting for Death, and but I beat Ice Power. I rule. Right there. I beat Ice Power. I rule, and then DE Mirror versus Ice Power. Okay, let's see. Wood Elf with Gandalf. Yes.
Yeah, he's a really good player.
Ice Power? Yeah, absolutely. He creamed me. He was Skaven, and he taught me, and I mean, you were here when I was doing the Empire just now versus the Skaven, and wait, no. That was actually, it was a Lizardmen versus High Elf game, and I did the mistake that I did versus the Skaven, which is I came into range before I was surrounding them. And Ice Power was like, you died because you came into range and you charged everything in. You got to surround me. You see all that DACA? You see all these weapon teams? Surround me, out of range, and then collapse all at once.
Yeah, that's something that comes with time. It took me quite a while to really get a feel for like when to when to collapse with all of your units at what specific time.
Yeah.
And to do it in unison as a unit rather than just a single unit or 2 single units off to the side. You know what I mean?
That's what I struggle with, collapsing all at once. Do you like Control A and just click in the middle? What do you do to collapse everything at the same time? Is it?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's different things you can do. I mean, it just depends upon your how you're approaching the enemy army. Like if you're just coming in from the front, right? Then it's just a lot of selecting all units and click alt drag. But then like if I'm doing like a surround, so I have a bunch of units, say like I have a bunch of cab units, cheap cab units, and they're all around the army, and I want them to collapse all at the same time, and I have them all in the same control group, I'll just hit the control group and then right click in the middle of their army. So they all kind of collapse at the same time. And as they get close, I'll
charge them.
I'll micromanage them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You'll give them a specific target. You'll pull them away if spears have moved up, etc., etc. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Yeah. Now we have a pretty crazy build. I don't know. I mean, you've been watching, obviously, Scroot.
Yeah.
It's cav heavy as fuck. We've got the ROR Wild Rider, we got a Wild Rider, we got a Glade Rider in the back.
This is you, Murph?
This is not me. This is, again, Gandalf versus Rampage, the two players we just saw.
Gotcha.
Red was obviously the red was the Skaven last time because they were red. These are both from Gandalf's perspective. We have, looks like 4 Wild Riders total with 4 Glade Riders total. And then we have a Deepwood Scout with 2 Glade Guard here chilling in the back with a Life Caster, which, I mean, with all this cav, yeah, you definitely want a Life Caster, I would say. And Orion.
Yeah, so my first question is, like, did he forget about the stuff in the back? Because it's so separated from the army.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the bows and the caster.
I agree. These guys right here, absolutely. Like, did you forget? Why are they?
Yeah, those should be with the rest of the cav up here, I
They
think.
should be up here. I agree. Absolutely. Your whole army is one.
No Vanguard.
Oh,
is
they
what
had
he's
no
saying.
Vanguard. Okay. Well,
Yeah, so that's, yeah, I mean, yeah, so that's one of the problems with bringing, if you're going for a Vanguard strategy, but but you're including units that are not Vanguard, they're going to be separated like this. So if you do this particular type of strategy that you have here, you've got to make a choice, and that choice is to not Vanguard with your Vanguard units so that you can take your whole army and attack at the same time, or to cut these non-Vanguard units and substitute Vanguard units, so that you could Vanguard attack and collapse really fast.
I would personally, and I Vanguard a decent amount with the Wood Elves. I wouldn't bring non-Vanguarding units. You got 1,000 gold here. You could just bring some Dryads. Just bring some Dryads. I'm sure you could find somewhere to get 100 gold out of, like, an Orion ability. You could cut something. There's 100 gold in this army somewhere, I'm sure. And the Spellsinger of Life, though, being behind, I would say is not terrible, right? I mean, it's a caster, and it's at least on a horse. Wait. Yes, okay, it's on a horse. So it's fast enough to hopefully get involved with some magic. The range is decent. How do you feel about that?
With the Spellsinger being so far back?
Yeah, I mean, I assume it's as close as he could get it.
Yeah, so, well, yeah, I mean, it is. I would say the only problem that he could potentially face, and we'll find out if he does it in a second, is if he tries to collapse with this front Vanguard here, and he's taking damage on these units, but his healer's not in range to heal those units, you know what I mean?
You can see he's already kind of coming in. Yeah, you could have just waited. You didn't have to engage. You've got the mobility. This is a much slower force. You could just wait. You can just wait. I mean, obviously there's a risk with waiting that he'll see these units behind and then he'll go like this. But guess what? You're surrounding him. That's stressing his micro anyways. The attacking rule, repositioning is normally considered acceptable. Like, posturing yourself to attack him. If you surround his army and then you attack, that is pretty acceptable, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Another thing is, in this particular type of situation, you might want to get the Spellsinger on an Eagle because it can get there faster.
There you go.
If you're trying to go with this Vanguard stuff, yeah.
You could cut one of those Glade Guard. Eagle. There you go. Okay, let's watch and see what the hell is gonna happen. Oh wait, we didn't look at the Empire. I'm gonna guess Sigmar Sons? No. Oh, interesting. Just regular swords in the front. How do you feel about Sigmar Sons? Are you an always bring Sigmars kind of person?
No. They're good.
No, they are good. So Halberdiers, Spearmen, we got 2 Crossbowmen, we've got Volkmar in his Volkswagen, a Bright Wizard. I'm sure he's just got Fireball and Bright Helm. Like, that's what I was gonna say, Bright Helm. Burning Head. Bright Helm's kind of a burning head, right? It's a head that's bright.
So what spells does he have on the caster?
I didn't actually check, but I'm sure he's got Fireball and Burning Head, the standard.
So another thing, if you're playing Wood Elves, another good thing to bring on a Firecaster is the Flaming Sword of Ruin, because, and the reason is because if they bring the Stag Knights, the Sylvan Knights,
ooh, yes, gives you magic damage.
Gives you magic damage. Also, the Wood Elf roster is loaded with physical resist. So anytime that you're casting Flaming Sword of Ruin on your units that are attacking Wood Elf units, you're bypassing that physical resist. It's really good to bring into Wood Elves.
That's a good fucking tip. I hope nobody... Don't ever bring Flaming Sword of Ruin against me, everybody. Just don't. Just, it's fine. You don't need to. Alrighty. Pistoliers coming in, doing their standard pew-pew. Cannon shooting in at the Glade Riders. Ooh, a fireball going out. Lots of early damage from the Empire player, which you would expect as he's Empire. You're gonna notice right now that he hasn't figured it out, so love this collapse. He saw it, but like, you might as well shut those cannons off.
Yeah,
right?
so pause it right here, Murph. So, if you look out here at the Pistoliers, right? These Pistoliers over on the right flank, they're already getting value, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is what, like, roughly 1,000 gold in Pistolier units.
Sure is.
And they're tying up a Wild Rider unit and a what is it, Glade Rider Spear unit. So this is, so the trade here is they're tying up, close to 1,700 gold value, and they're distracting it from this Vanguard rush into the main army. So Empire's already winning on this flank, right? Because they're taking that value away from the Vanguard collapse. What the Wood Elf player should have done, if he's going to pursue these Pistoliers, is screen them with the Glade Riders and take these Wild Riders and use it to collapse the Empire army.
Yeah. And Gandalf says he does that. We're suggesting do it a little faster, I suppose, Gandalf. But good, I'm glad that you did do that.
Yeah.
I really like the point that, and I think this is something that newer players don't realize. Your gold being in the important fight is kind of what matters. That's why these units being back here, there's 1,000 gold. This is 1,750. That's 2,750. That is not where it should be.
Right. And so another point to make is he does eventually bring these Wild Riders over in, but the strategy that you're going for here with this Wood Elf army is a Vanguard collapse all at once, right? So you want to get as much value collapsing on that Empire army at the same time, not piecemeal, right?
Yeah.
Because it's more effective, because if you can get into this Empire army, charge all these units down, and rout them, then suddenly you've got chain routes and you can quickly win this battle, right?
Yeah. And yeah, it's true. We did miss this Warrior Priest and Demogryph Halberd, which just destroyed this poor Glade Rider. They've lost 29 models and 3/4 of their HP, so they're just getting absolutely dumpstered. How do you feel? Okay, so we've got these spears. They're coming in. These halbs have come in. I don't think he should be collapsing with both of them. I think that once the spears came over, like, it was good to hit that one great cannon, do some damage. They're tied up. They're offline. These guys, I feel, should have looked for a hole, crossbowman, come around maybe.
So I mean,
right
I think what he did here is okay. Now he doesn't need to leave them in spears and halberds, but I would say what I'm more interested in is up here on this top flank right here where he has collapsed. He sandwiched the spear unit with
here?
2 Glade Riders. No, down a little bit. Yeah. So you see here. So now what he can do is he can take this damaged Glade Rider unit and peel off of this spear unit and run it right into these crossbows.
Boom. Juice. All right. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely.
And once he has him in those crossbows, he hits this crossbow, and then he has a choice. He can then charge the other crossbow, or continue to charge into these cannon units that have been pushed past the
and try and take halberds. Them permanently offline.
Just keep them offline while you, because the longer they're not firing, the longer they're not getting their value. You know what I mean? Yeah,
absolutely. It's that whole tying up. Like, you're tied up here. Now these are tied up and they're not firing. And great cannons are what, 800, 700?
Yeah, they're 800 gold.
They're 800, so 1,600 gold offline. So, I mean, it's kind of making up for what's going on over here. All right. That's good. Really good defense, though. Volkmar, everybody's coming in. And, yeah, lots of damage. But he pulls out pretty quick. Okay, so I don't think you're going to do what Central suggested, perhaps. I mean, good job routing them off.
Yeah, that was good.
Get in here, right? What are you charge? Are you gonna? Yes, yes. Good man. There he goes. There he goes. Good fireballs, though. Lots of just damage going on. Ooh, they're shattered even. That was fucking juicy.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, so he pulls him into the bows. That's good. Now he has his bows doing work.
Wild Riders, good job moving away. They're just kind of standing there. Coming back in. We're going to get back on this Great Cannon, looks like. Nice job. Those bows are offline. I mean, Glade Riders, that's what they're for. They're going to route. They're not the strongest of units.
So the Empire player here is getting pulled apart.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to stay tight to try to protect his army. See these spears and these halberds
Everybody
in the
that's
back.
following over here, yeah, don't just leave your units. It's really tempting to just right-click on cavalry, and you're like, there, follow them. Well, then all Gandalf had to do here, as the Wood Elf player, was run like this. Whoop.
Yes, so
He's back in.
in this particular battle, Wood Elves are always going to have the mobility advantage. They're fast and they're mostly cav, whereas the Empire player is more static, slow, because he's stacking all these spears and these halberds. So the Empire player has to stay tight as a unit, and the Wood Elf player, due to the army, the army he selected, can dictate the pace of the battle the way he wants.
Mm-hmm. What do I always stress, everybody? Support your units. These are not supporting. These are being misplayed out here in the back. Like Central's saying, they should be in here. They should be protecting the juice.
So I just want to make a quick point. So here we are, a couple minutes into the battle, right? 2 minutes into the battle.
2 minutes, yeah.
And we've got 2 Wild Rider units in the back that, if this Spellsinger would have been here this whole time,
Yes.
could have really healed them up and kept them at high health. But they're less than half health now, and they're getting close to routing. So
I don't understand why we're coming in and just, like, I don't really care about language particularly like that, but like, oh, are we getting like a mean little raid thingy? Do it up, boys. That's hilarious shit. Who gives a fuck? Let's keep going. If you want to watch Warhammer, here we are. If you want me to eat your ass, you'd have to come to my house. But,
I charge extra for that.
yeah. Charge extra. And for some ball play, that's extra as well. Yeah, so pulling apart the army. I like the demigryphs going after the archers that have been just played, back here.
It's a great play by the Empire player here.
Smart. It looks like.
So what he
back? Yeah, it looks like.
Yeah.
it.
So what he should do is he can clean up these 2 bows to the left with these demigryphs, and he should pull this sword unit into this other bow unit to the top here.
He should pull them up here.
Yeah, to hit this. What is it? A
The
Deepwood
Deepwood
Scout
Scout?
unit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because he doesn't want any of those bows firing on his demigryphs.
Absolutely. So, because the demigryphs are gonna really dumpster these guys, Gandalf's coming back with the cav, which makes a lot of sense. And then that is distracting. And there's gonna be open Deepwood Scouts.
Are these demigryph halberds?
Yeah, they are halberds.
Okay.
Which I agree with, absolutely. Against some wood elves, boy.
Yeah, I mean they pretty much hard counter all that cavalry.
Yeah, you're gonna have to do the famous. I don't know what it's called necessarily, but like, you have a cavalry unit, you run in, and then you run back, and they try to charge the one that you bring another cavalry unit through, get your charge bonus, and take away theirs. I'm sure there's a name for that maneuver, but boy, is that an effective maneuver.
Yeah, I'd say the only problem with the halberd unit is they don't have shields like the standard unit, but they have the anti-large bonus, which is great.
Exactly. So, halberds vulnerable to pew pew, which you can see its health getting pretty hurt. Look at that. He does bring it in. Oh, but he comes in for the swords on those wild riders. Ouch. These poor wild riders.
Yeah, see, that's great. So he's screening with his wild riders there. That's great. See, and he's bringing in these wild riders on the bows. That's great too.
Yeah.
So he's really microing his cav pretty well here.
Yeah, he hit this, kept it away from them. They're gonna shoot them and just.
Yep.
They're gonna
And
rout.
then he's bringing this Wild Rider to
Yeah.
hit these demigryphs in the back on a charge.
Which is
That's a good idea
great,
too.
Yeah, and then you also have he moved away a little bit with the Glade Riders or Glade Guard, but not too far to be able to support. Because
Right.
if you just run away, they're just gonna kill these guys and chase you. So you might as well get that fire in while you're in range, while it is available. Big burning head coming down. Not super effective against Cab, but you might as well. Good job, Wild Riders. Getting the, I think it's the other crossbow unit. I think they've both been hit pretty badly now. Great cannons getting smashed. Charging into spears. He immediately goes, that's not what I wanted to do. I'm watching these demis in the back. Doing a really good job with the demis in the back. They are pretty darn hurt.
Yeah, well, those demis have warrior priest buffs, so they're gonna
Ooh.
last a little longer.
Smart move with the support of the warrior priest.
Yeah, Empire Cav with warrior priest support is really, really scary.
I have never done that before. I'm gonna have to try
Yeah,
that out.
there's a player that's I don't know if you've ever heard of Flaxland Soothsayer, but
Of course.
yeah, he's a big Empire player, and I've watched a lot of his games, and he does that a lot, or he used to anyways. And
Big fan
yeah,
of warrior priest with demigryphs, huh? Or just
well,
cavalry in
just
general.
Cav in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can really punch.
Okay. Pistoliers continuing to get lots of value, just killing Cav on the far flank. Some Cav just being, it's just idling.
Yeah, so it's I would say at this point in the battle, I'm a little concerned for the Wood Elves because
Absolutely.
the Empire has so many spears and halberds that are
Yeah.
healthy, which basically countered the remainder of the Wood Elf army.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? Even this great cannon, the troops released, that looks like they're going to get back online. I'm not 100% sure I agree with charging literally all of these spears at just this one Wild Hunter of Kurnos, but at least they're all together and kind of supporting each other. See, there you go. He just runs away. Good regrouping, though, looks like. He's kind of regrouping his forces. That's what you should do when you're losing and getting hurt in a battle. He says, okay, but what can I do with that? I think this is kind of the same a little bit as the Skaven game, where that very beginning
Yep.
went poorly, and it's like, what can you do? Not have the beginning go so poorly, I think, is more so the advice that we're going to really stress here.
Yeah, I think the game was lost in that initial engagement. If you have all of your so if you collapse, if you do the initial collapse with that extra Wild Rider unit, you have your Spellsinger that are support, and you have your other bow units. With the rest of the army, then you can win that initial engagement and win the battle really fast. But he has so many. He's countered your army with so many spears and halberds that if you don't bust them very quickly and rout them and escort them off the battlefield, they're just going to tear you up in the end game like it's happening right now. So yeah, like you said, Murph, I think you're right. It's all about that initial engagement and just working on improving in that.
Improving that collapse a little bit there, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of getting better at Vanguard rushing, which takes time.
Yep, absolutely. Everything in this game in general kind of takes time. There's a few things that we can go, hey, do this, it's the best. But most of it's kind of like, well, you got to feel it out for yourself. It's experience, Yeah, getting in there,
Yeah, sure.
I mean, what are you going to do, honestly? Like, nothing. You've got Orion and a Spellsinger, and that's basically it against all this stuff. Orion's a large target. He doesn't like halberds either. A Bright Wizard can just fireball. It's not going to be a good time. Oh, he tried to get these guys in on that Earthblood. Didn't quite make it. It's kind of a pain in the ass sometimes, them Earthbloods. You're like, oh, I want to get these units, and then there's one just barely out, and you don't quite make it. Pretty good job, though, with the demis, I'd have to say. I'm really surprised that he's able to actually hurt the demis that much. And Orion probably doing a lot of work. He's anti-large after all. very, very strong. Good choice. That's who I bring. That's who I bring when I Vanguard. I like to bring Orion a lot. And as the Empire is going to bring Volkmar, 99, like 99% at this point, right? Volkmar all the time, unless it's
Well,
like,
what a lot of people, what some people do is they
Uh-huh.
bring the Glady on a stag, because she can fight Volkmar with her anti-large bonus.
She can fight Volkmar. The Glady actually hits so much harder than I thought she did. It's nuts how hard a Glady will actually hit. I was fighting a Glady with, I don't remember what the Lord was, but it was my Lord versus Glady, and it was like a Dwarf Lord. It was like, I think it was like Thoric Ironbrow, and the Glady dumpstered him. And I was just like, what?
Yeah, it's that anti-large bonus. But some people bring Draika in this matchup, but the problem with that is Volkmar just rolls all over.
Yeah, especially he does fire damage, and she's vulnerable to that, I doth believe.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it was you, Ix. Yeah, it was. So, I mean, Volkmar
So yeah.
dying to Orion, though, which we knew would happen. Nice rhyme, by the way. Dying to Orion.
Yeah, I think this is pretty much over with.
Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. What are you going to do? Volkmar would lose in a vacuum, but Orion's going to lose with all these halberds and everything. Good fireball. He's just sitting outside with his wizard. Not too far, not too close. Able to just bop a fireball in, and that's... I mean, there's army losses, but... Of course, Orion refuses to lose, but nice bowing out. I'm glad you didn't make us sit there and suffer through the whole thing, so that's good. The Glady doesn't have bonus versus large. She does on a stag mount. Well, there you go.
No, wait, he's right.
Oh, maybe they removed it. I'm looking at her right now. She's nuts.
Yeah, I don't know why I was thinking that, but she still does win that 1-1.
She still beats Volkmar. Well, regardless, then if she
I'm
still
pretty
beats
sure.
Volkmar, would be good to someone figure it out, you know. But he sounds pretty confident. Like I said, Glady actually does hit very, very hard. She's a much better duelist than I thought she would be.
Well, another thing is if you're rushing, you could just take the male variant with Helm of Discord, which is actually great for
That's
Vanguard rushes.
Super good, yeah.
I don't know that he has Vanguard though.
Nice job though on the cannons. Look at these cannons. 0 and 1.
No, he doesn't have Vanguard.
Are you
But
familiar with the Murph scale of value?
am I?
Yes.
No, I'm not.
Okay, so you see how this says 1911? That's 19 value. That's how you do it. Because I'm not going to
Okay.
sit here and say 1911. That's ridiculous. 19, 5, 7. See what I'm saying? 2, 5, 2. You feeling me?
I got you, bro.
Just do the hundreds. You just do the hundreds. And so, for example, if you get 43, that's a 0. 23 on Orion, though. Pretty damn good. 9, 7, 1. Poor guys. 0. These are the guys that got charged, I think, by the halberds at the very beginning. 9, 2. Yeah, some of these values are great. Some of them are not so good. You know? He does. And on his horse. So, male Glade Lord sounds like a great Vanguard guy, but I mean, I love Orion too. I have nothing against the Orion pick. You feel good with the Orion pick? Think that's an effective
Oh yeah.
pick?
Yeah, Ryan can be good for sure.
Okay, does anyone else have any replays, you guys? You want to send in any replays? For the moment, Dino help on Skaven. So yeah, what do you call the male Glade Lord? Glord. Just Glord. Glord and Glady, dude. Glord and Glady. Hammond sent me one. Alright, we got one from Hammond, and I'm downloading it right now. Boop. I think that's fucking the theme song of Doug that just popped into my mind.
It is.
That's pretty funny.
Doug funny.
Doug funny, indeed. I remember, like there's an article and they're like, why was Skeeter blue? And eventually, or and like there's an article and it's like, because he's black. And it was like, holy shit, what? Oh my god. I didn't even realize.
It's just one of those questions that you don't really need an answer to.
And
There's
it's
no
true
good answer.
too. Yeah, it's true. It's true. But
I mean, why was Roger green? You know.
that's because he's a bully.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that's.
Roger was an asshole.
I mean, that was the point of him. He's a stoner, says Chad. That's not a bad answer, honestly.
He was never loved by his father. That was his problem.
Yeah, it's true. That was a deep show, actually, when you really get into it. A lot of kids' shows get fucking intense. Like, when you're an adult and you look at it again, you're like, wait a fucking second.
I was a huge fan of Ren and Stimpy as a child, and like going back and watching that shit now, it's just like this was some fucked up stuff.
It's fucked up. It's real fucked up. I need to use the restroom because I am, of course, Murph of the Tiny Bladder. And
Okay, I'm gonna take a quick 5 too.
Sounds good. We will reconvene in a moment. I am back, and Ix, thank you very much for the gifted sub, Hammond. Enjoy those Poglodons.
I'm back too.
Excellent. Good timing. Damn, look at that. That's a cool fucking Lore Master of Sotek, dude. Look at that emote. Fucking Pog. Anyways. We back in it. We back in it. Okie dokie. So let's look at these armies. We have, this is from Gandalf's perspective. So green is Gandalf, and this is Dino Egg from earlier. If you were here watching me play some Dino Egg games, everybody. Amethyst Wizard, which that's of beasts, I believe. I'm not always sure.
No, that's blah, 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 death magic.
Oh, because it's purple. Fucking duh. Amethyst is purple. I know that.
So, quick
Amber.
question.
Oh, this is Hammond. This is Hammond.
Okay. Does the Empire not have any cav?
Does the Empire not have any cav? I don't see any cav. I see 2 war wagons.
Okay, yeah. My immediate concern for this Empire army is that
3
they
war
don't.
wagons.
Yeah, they don't have any mobility to protect all this range. Like an army like Chaos can quickly
Boris.
surround and consume this Empire army.
Well, there you go. That's a quick take on what's going on. And I mean, yeah, honestly, I like to kind of just do a ratio. So these 3 are ranged units and will not count as protecting. These 3 are ranged units. So you got 6 ranged units. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that? And I mean, obviously, a mage doesn't count. 6 things to protect 6 things. That's 1-on-1. 7 if you include Boris. Which, yeah, I like to try to do, you know, a 2-to-1 protection ratio. I kind of just, it's not a hard rule, but like that's what I kind of teach people at the beginning. Obviously, I think Hammond is a decently experienced player. I remember you were playing Ix, right, Hammond? And I think she bested you in a couple of games. Let's look at this Chaos. Marauder Horse Masters, probably 2. Yep, of course. People love to be symmetrical. 2 Chaos Knights. Archaon, an exalted hero up in the ski upon a core of Mant. Chaos Warrior front line with the Mirror Guard. So just 5 Chaos Warriors and the ROR. And I gotta agree. This is kind of a worrisome thing. They're gonna come in. Flashies, great swords.
Yeah, so let's just theoretically look at this Chaos army real quick, and let's say he cuts, instead of having, just say he cuts 2 of these Chaos Warriors and just brings 2 Marauders, and then and takes those leftover funds and just brings a couple of Hound units.
Yep.
If he does a surround with these Chaos Knights and all those Hounds, I mean, he's going to eat all of that range for breakfast.
Yeah, just immediately. And the game will be over. There's so much ranged, it'll just immediately end with that first engagement.
So much of the Empire win condition is put into their ranged units here. So if you do that, you've got to have the resources to protect them.
Indeed. Do you have a ratio that you like? Is there a ratio of like ranged units to defense to just regular melee, or maybe you have a gold spend ratio you enjoy on ranged to I know it depends on the matchup. We're looking for, kind of the basics though.
Yeah, it's really hard to say. Not specifically for me. It's just kind of like, for me, if I'm looking at this Empire army, right? I add these 2 handgunners, and then maybe I add the Black Lion, and then for me at that point, I'm like, okay, that's already a lot to protect against a Chaos army. I've got to bring supporting elements. I've got to bring some Empire Knights, or maybe a Demigryph Knight Halberd, just something that can hold so that those units can get their value,
Absolutely. So make my bed. That's just a guest bed that I just honestly have just thrown a bunch of crap on. And my cat likes to roll around in it. So, Yeah, the little guest cabin has turned into my studio for casting, you guys. That's what happened. Anyways. So we're worried about all this range stuff. Like I said, I would just, like try to go for a 2-to-1 when you're new. Just as a nice rule to help you keep everything safe. When you get better, rules stop applying to the best players. That's just how it is, you know. All right, let's watch. I mean, I like that he's going for the mirror guard.
Good target here.
Boris on the far flank, just dodging some horse masters. Hammond, is this like a QB? Is this just a random guy in the multiplayers? What kind of game are we looking at? I'm just wondering.
Yeah, who is the chaos player?
Defending himself a little bit with the war wagons as much as he can.
Yeah, so this chaos player is making a mistake right here. He's basically putting his chaos knights out for free for these handgunners.
Yeah.
They're just gonna unload on those chaos knights.
Back to that whole stop with the overextending. Overextending's a really hard thing to stop doing. He's an AIMA clan member.
Okay.
Which Hammond is as well. So he's a clan mate is what I meant to say. Yeah. Look at that. Oh,
Yeah,
though. Like you were saying.
they're just getting lit up. Yep.
Oh, poor guys. And is Boris coming in? What's he doing? He's going to come in. And I like that. Just to stop them from getting really anywhere.
Yeah. Now
Nice.
that's yeah. So yeah, he probably should have stayed with that charge on the chaos.
I
knights
agree.
with
I
Boris. Yeah.
thought that he was going to. I really liked this charge.
Yeah, you can route him real fast, especially if he comes in with a rear charge right here into those chaos knights. You might be able to break them.
Yeah, there's nothing that's going to punish Boris from this army anywhere near you at all. Definitely, like, the thing that would punish you is the Chaos Knights, or maybe the Marauder
So now-
Horsemen.
Yeah, on this near flank. So two things. Really good move to get this war wagon shooting these horse masters
Yeah.
early. Also, he did a really good job of trying to flank these crossbows with the horse masters, but they broke. So.
But yeah,
yeah.
they're pretty done, burgers. I think if the Chaos player had moved in at the same time, I mean, dropping micro's a thing. Obviously you can't, but it would have been much more difficult to make sure he had his war wagon. Like, these guys are safe, right?
Yep.
This war wagon's not shooting.
Well,
He's got some handgunners.
Yeah, so if you notice, Murph, this is the third game in a row where we're talking about the same concept, which is microing your army so that all of your units are collapsing on the enemy army at
the same time.
the time that they need to.
Yeah.
So that's a big thing. That's one of the big things. If you just focus on that, you can improve your gameplay so much.
Yep. Absolutely. He says, I don't remember why I didn't continue the charge. Yeah, I think, I mean,
Yeah, but he did.
You
he
came
did
in.
here.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
came back in. You realized, maybe he just. Sometimes they're weird. Like, you might have seen that because the flying unit sometimes it charges and like hits down and then runs back. It does weird shit sometimes. So.
So that was a really good move to get Boris on the rear charge on these Chaos Knights.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you see he's already broken them. That's
Yeah.
a fantastic trade for him.
Yeah, that's massive.
Now he's casted Soul Blight on these Chaos Knights, which I would argue that that's probably not the best target because these great swords have AP and so does Boris. Whereas if you look down, if you scroll down a little bit, he has the Tattersouls here that are going into combat against Chaos Warriors. Tattersouls don't have good AP. However, if he uses that Soul Blight on this Chaos Warrior unit to support these Tattersouls, they will probably they'll probably chew through that Chaos Warrior unit.
There you go. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I think he was probably thinking, like, get it on there. Also, you can hold Alt, and, you could have casted it right here, hit this unit and this unit, so you could have supported your Spearmen and the Tattersouls at the same time. Would have been pretty juice. I think another thing, too, is I think that this Soul Blight was kind of overkill, even if nothing else was around. I don't think you needed to cast that. I think these Chaos Knights, they were going to absolutely break without that. I don't think you needed that just in general. You could have saved it for a different engagement just to have in the back pocket. All right. That was good. And then, you know, Chaos responds.
Yeah.
With...
So he has great target priority for his guns here on the Manticore.
Absolutely.
That's great.
Boris goes, you know what? I got some gunfire. I can stay here. I can fight you.
So in the back here, he's shooting these Horsemasters with his guns. That's great. Now he needs to pull this. He needs to pull that spear unit into that Horsemaster unit.
Which he looks like he's attempting to do. Certainly.
Yep,
yeah.
That's great. Yep.
Yeah. Good stuff. Tried to get away with the Exalted Hero into the melee fight, but Boris just follows him in. Absolutely wonderful, I think.
Great charge from Boris there.
And then Boris can leave now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Good job by the Chaos player for bringing Archaon in there to smack Boris around a little bit.
Great dodge, but on the burning head by those.
Yeah, by the handgunners.
Guns too. Oh yeah, that was great.
Very good. Really good map awareness, I would say.
Yeah, for sure.
Chaos Warriors defeating these swordsmen. Of course they are, though. I like the war wagons shooting them in. Good defense of the flanks with the war wagons and the guns.
For sure. Now he's got a problem in his back line with these Chaos Warriors.
Yep.
And see, this is where you run into the problem of not having any cap support in the back, right? Like, what do you have in this back line right here that's going to deal with these Chaos Knights? They're too fast.
Yep.
Eventually, you're going to shoot them down, but if they're microed well here, they can go from target to target. They can go from this handgunner unit to this handgunner unit to this bow unit, and basically shut them all down.
Especially with the support of another unit too.
100%. Yeah. So if you even have one Empire Knight unit back here, just one. All you have to do is you can bring him up to screen that Chaos Knight unit, pull your handguns off of that, and then start to get value with those again.
Mm-hmm. And I talk about this a decent amount. A lot of people like to bring lots and lots of ranged, and I call it the ranged illusion. Okay? And that is, at the beginning of the fight, you're going to feel great with all those ranged units. You can see the balance of power is a little bit in the Empire's favor. You can tell he's won most of the trades. But now that the front line's been compromised, you're going to find that your ranged units going down is going to sway that battle awfully quickly. It was actually an illusion that you were winning. The fight for the front line was insanely important, and all they had to do was just get back here, which is not a hard task.
Yeah, so that's something I was looking at the onset of the battle. I was looking at the front line of the Empire, and then I was looking at the front line of the Chaos, and I was like, Chaos wins this front line all day long unless there's some really good supporting units. So you can see how that's reflected now at 3 minutes into the battle, right? Mm-hmm. These swordsmen on the far flank are losing dramatically.
Yep.
These great swords are.
Oh, and they're even Sigmar's sons, those poor bastards.
Yeah, they're losing. The great swords are even. The spear unit in the middle is about to break, and this mirror guard's about to collapse on everything. And these Tattersouls look like they're losing as well. Now the Sigmar sons and the Tattersouls will hold, but everything else is going to collapse on all that stuff in the back.
Yeah, and we already lost this bottom flank, this near flank with the swordsman. I do have to say, I'm surprised at how well he kind of kept everything out for this long. It's been 2 minutes, 44 seconds, and he's just now getting into the back line. So that was pretty impressive. Let's continue. Ooh, Archaon finding an Amethyst Wizard. You don't want that. The Exalted Hero's back. Good job by the Chaos player. Just coming in. Getting that Amethyst Wizard. Let's get rid of that.
He needs to run with these bows, which I think he's doing now.
Yeah.
Just try to kite him as much as possible.
Yeah. Get your booty moving. It's not a good idea to do what Murph does and just leave stuff places and just go fuck it.
So right now what he can do is this front line is open, right? The Empire player could totally take Boris and collapse on these Chaos Warriors that are... Okay, he's hitting this Chaos Knight unit. That's great.
That is
But
good.
something else he could do is he could hit all these Chaos Warriors that are really beaten up in the front line, and they'll rout.
Yeah, and they'll get them off. And Chaos is so slow. When Chaos routes, they take forever to leave and come back. Good night, Rampage. Thanks for coming, man. I hope you enjoyed getting your games cast a little bit there. Boom, 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 boom. I was more focused on breaking the mobility first. Yeah, and we noticed that. And that is a good play. I would definitely agree with that. And Scroot obviously mentioned it. Okay. Yeah. I think it's about to go south, huh?
Yeah.
Black Lions, the Chaos Knights are there. He's trying to support with his ranged units, but once something is in melee, like a ranged unit can't kill a melee unit as fast as a melee unit kills a ranged unit.
Yeah, I don't know there's much he can do now. So what this Chaos player could do is rear charge these great
Oh.
swords. They'll immediately break.
Yep, it looks like he's going to do that, in fact.
Yep.
Although, yeah, no, but they're not
That's
gonna.
what he should do.
Well, yeah, it is what he should do.
There you go. See?
Yep. There
Oh,
they
wow, the
go.
hell.
They're debating leaving. They're like, should we? Let's get out of here. Boris, I mean, yeah, Boris is kind of your only piece that can really make anything happen right now, but good job by Chaos. He's just gonna go, let's march you right off the battlefield. I don't even care about these Chaos Warriors particularly. I have plenty of other pieces. I care that your guns and your bows leave. Boris going, no, please stop.
This is good. Good move by Boris here.
Yep. But
If he's lucky, he can get a route. They're really close to the edge.
there you go. He did get lucky. He's gonna get lucky with both. Doesn't look like
Yep.
it with them, but at least the guns.
That's a great play.
It was a good play. The Chaos Knights, though, continuing in. What are you gonna do with this? Mirror
This is a great
guard.
play too. Oh, look over here. He braced these spears to take this Chaos Knight charge. That was
Right
great.
here. Nice.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys, if you're not bracing, by the way, bracing, you need to face the cavalry charge, and they need to not be moving. So personally, I have bound my stop function to Q. Do you still have yours on backspace? Because that's what it's default on, or did you rebind that function? I wonder.
I have not rebound it, and honestly, I don't use it that much.
I don't use it that much either, but I can tell you it's won me a couple of games just from a brace that I really, really needed.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
That's great. Good for you.
Aw, thanks, buddy. Yeah, still use backspace. Yeah, absolutely. Use whatever if you're good at it, you just keep using it.
For sure. So yeah, he should just continue to kite with these war wagons, which he's doing with this one at the bottom. He's doing a great job of
He's
that.
getting
They
them
have,
handgunners in. Beautiful.
oh yeah, this is great. So now he can take. Oh, he could totally charge Boris into those Chaos Knights
Absolutely.
and route them. Oh yeah, that's juicy right there.
It's juicy. Are you gonna win this game?
He might.
He might win this game. Yeah, he might.
There you go.
Warriors are running
Great
over
job.
there. Arcan kicking some ass. Terror route going down.
This is great right here.
Uh-huh. War wagons. They're almost out of ammo though, but at least he's doing good. He's doing good. Nice. A real route now. They're so close to the edge too.
So that's such a good play there. He totally he took Boris in there, routed those two high priority units off the field.
Doing great, Contende. What's up, my friend? How's it going?
What's up, chicken tendies?
Sup, chicken tendies? Exactly, dude. Who doesn't call them chicken tendies? Fucking absolute nerds. That's who. Boris, lots of HP. Obviously, he's a Healy boy. Coming in on the Chaos Warriors.
This is fresh meat right here.
Yeah, it's fresh meat. They're all by themselves. And Boris loves it. Immediate route. I think they might have even routed before he actually hit them.
Yeah, they get scared.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, he could totally win this. I think he
Yeah.
is gonna win this
Yeah,
actually.
me too. He's got some guns. Lots of ammo on the guns. Decent amount of models. 35. One unit of spears. tiny bit of ammo on 2 war wagons.
Yeah.
A little bit of ammo on these 3 war wagons. Chaos Knights are so haggard. They're not. There's no way. Last Samurai. Absolutely done. Yep. Boris is going to win the sky. This is a very good game, Hammond. Yeah, this is a really good game. I love it. Good screen. You have no ammo. What else are they going to do? Screen them out. Yep. I disagree with that Exalted Hero diving in, I think. I think he should have stopped the guns.
Ooh, this is risky for Boris here.
Yeah, I think if this Exalted Hero had stopped the guns,
Yeah, he totally should have got on the guns.
then that would have been much, much, much better. Oh, it's so close. He's got on the guns. Wow, this is a really good game. No idea where this is gonna fall. And there's the Exalted Hero. I think Boris should just take him. Let's get out of here, buddy.
Yep, 100%. He's gotta be careful
dead
here,
now.
though.
Yeah, with the support of the Chaos Warriors, Archeon is no slouch in melee.
That's a nice hit.
It's a very nice hit. Archeon got 2 nice hits though as well now.
So he doesn't have to stay in sustained combat with Boris
No.
here. He could get him up in the air and cycle charge.
Cycle. And that should win you the game. You probably would win from this position anyways if you just stood in combat, but
I can't. Yeah, I'm pretty surprised how well he's doing against Archeon here.
yeah, me too, honestly. There he comes in for a charge. Oh, and it misses. Gotta hate that RNG factor sometimes. The war wagons. Little bit of Chaos Warriors over here. What are they fighting? Spearmen. Good job just keeping them away. Just keep them away from Archeon.
Yeah, he should take that wagon on the right and charge into those Chaos Warriors that are fighting the swordsmen.
Try and break
It'll rout them. Yep.
Oh, yep, here it comes. There it is.
That's army losses. Yeah. That was a good game.
It was a good game. That was a really good game. What was your favorite part? How did we miss your favorite part? My goodness. $25 on Boris though, really nice. The Death Wizard not getting much, but he was casting the, I forget that armor one.
Did he only bring Soul Blight on the Deathcaster?
I don't know. I think that's the only spell I saw.
You should. Yeah, if he didn't bring Spirit Leech, you should have brought that as well.
Spirit Leech.
It's hard to go wrong with Spirit Leech.
It really is.
Especially into Chaos.
He had that too, says Hammond. I didn't see it go down, but I'm sure it did. 34 on Archeon. Jesus. 16. He used his hero squad there very, very well. That last little bit with the guns, though, literally might have saved the game for Chaos.
Yeah, I think his mismanagement of the Exalted Hero there at the end lost him the game.
Yeah.
Because if he has the Exalted Hero and Archeon to fight
Boris.
Yeah, I think the Empire player might lose.
Yeah. Because Boris, I mean, full blown ended up at half HP. That's pretty scary.
I'm pretty sure Boris loses to Archeon in a one-on-one.
Oh, certainly from this it looked like it. Absolutely. Archeon was having his way with him.
Especially with magic support.
Yeah. That was good though.
That was a good game.
That was a good game. Just anybody.
I enjoyed that.
Yeah, I agree. Best game of the night so far for sure. Anybody else? Your replays? Get them casted. Get them critiqued. Hammond has our battles, says Ix. You got a battle? You sent them. All right. Here we go. Well, let's look in. We've got 3 games. Perfect. Love it. I'm going to just download all of them so we can go real quick, everybody. Whoop. Boop. Boop. Perfect. Excellent. we have a game called Damn, It Works by Morathi, like B-Y-E by Morathi, and then the very standard Vampirates versus Wood Elves.
Nice.
That's funny. And paste. Boop. Close it. And reopen it. You know what? I might actually save that. Would you mind if I made a video with this, the Lions and the Wolf God there, Hammond? I might just upload Scrutinizer talking about it right now. He says, go ahead. Very cool.
Upload it to Twitch?
To YubTub.
Oh, you got a YouTube channel.
I do.
Okay.
I do. Murphalurf, in fact. Pretty weird name, I know. All right,
It's definitely unique. I like it.
Let's get in on this one. So we've got Ix as the Wood Elves and Hammond as the Vampirates. Take a look, ski-doodle, at our armies. A bloated corpse.
Interesting deployment here.
Yeah. Is that another? No, it's just one bloated corpse as far as I can tell. Wait, what is this? What is this?
There's 2 bloated corpses.
Bloated corpse.
There's 3 bloated corpses? Nice.
Okay. Zombie pirate deckhand mobs.
Okay, so he has 2 handguns, a bomb, the ROR, deck
Shade
gunner.
Wraiths, yep. And Luther.
Luther, what does he have a caster?
I didn't see. Wait, is this? Yeah, deep magic with a vampire fleet captain.
Interesting. Okay, what spells did he bring?
What spells did he bring? Hey. Kraken's Pull. Denizens of the Deep.
Cool.
And of course, he's got the Lamprey's Revenge. Super good. Just these things are insane.
Cool. So immediately, what I noticed from this deployment is like they're super close to each other, but the 2 flanks are kind of touching here.
Yeah,
So
like this.
yeah, so it's probably going to lead to a really weird engagement. So, you know, I mean, you can do this multiple ways. It kind of just depends upon what your strategy is as the Wood Elf player here.
We got 5 dryads.
It looks like she has dryads and then some cav, a couple missile units, and then what are those? Are those war dancers in the back?
They are.
Okay, so it's kind of it kind of seems like I mean, I'm not sure what she was going for here, but it kind of seems like half rush, half kind of pew pew shoot 'em. So you know, if you're trying to rush them, it could be advantageous to come in to kind of bring your army in on a flank,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But if you're just trying to shoot them, well, maybe that could work too. So just depends upon how this engagement goes. Really, I want to see how this goes.
Yeah, same. Yeah, could work on the build a little bit. I honestly think they're both kind of a little funky, a little strange, a little different, but nothing necessarily wrong with that. Well, let's go. The immediate rotation from the vampire player. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I would do too.
That's a good move. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh, it's just the bloated corpse. Okay.
Yeah, taking down the bloated corpse.
We gotta watch that though.
Yeah. So.
Is he gonna make it?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the. So I'd say that's the first mistake. You want to get everything away from that as soon as possible.
Ouch.
Oh wait, is she gonna kill it?
She did kill it, but it still hurt.
Okay. Yeah.
Wasn't as bad as it could have been.
Not a super big deal.
No, yeah, I mean, only on a dryad unit, but,
Yeah. Okay, so
Luther's flying
looks like
in,
it looks
awfully
like
close.
he's posturing here,
Yeah.
twisting his army.
I would have wanted to see Ix. I would have wanted to see you probably twist your army as well instead of just one unit at a time. These Dryads are free juice now. They're just done.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, the Vampire Fleet Captain's a little overextended too, but Hammond realizes it and goes, never mind. We're going to get the hell out of there. Thank you very much. Luther, there's nothing crazy. Luckily, I mean, ouch, them sisters. Luckily, she doesn't have, like Praveneth Rama, just pin you down and blast your asshole. But I'm sure he probably saw that they were Sisters of Twilight.
Yeah, so this is going better now, I'd say. She's bringing in the Dryads here on this.
Here they come.
So here's an issue right here. If you want to pause it real quick. So we're looking at this is another example of what we've recurringly talked about, right?
Mm-hmm.
So look at the Wood Elf army here, right? So we have Dryads engaging on the front line,
Boom.
which is good, but then you have all these supporting elements in the back and on this far right flank that are kind of out of position to support the rest of her army that's already engaging. So what that allows the Vampire Coast player to do is to pick apart these elements that are attacking rather than have to make really hard, fast decisions about multiple units coming in from the flanks at the same time. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And she says, I couldn't micro fast enough. I would argue it's not about microing fast enough. It's actually about slowing down that initial engagement until you have everything positioned in the right spot. You don't have to charge in. You didn't have to charge these units in. You could have waited.
Yeah. Don't ever be afraid to, if you feel out of control of your micro, to just back everything back up and get out of gun range and be like, I'm going to reset.
Mm-hmm.
And when I have everything the way I want it, then I'm going to push forward.
Yeah.
You can always do that. See, another thing here on this left flank is you've overextended with your skirmish cav here.
Yeah.
And they're just mincemeat for these bombers and these guns.
And you can see all these beautiful little pew-pews. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Absolutely. I mean, I certainly, when I was a newer player, when there was artillery shooting at me, my goodness, I would just panic and just run in.
But, dude, I have 2,000 hours in the game, and I still make micro mistakes all the time. It's just part of it.
Everybody does. You can sit there and watch Turin stream, and there's Haggard, or there's tactical reserves sometimes. There's units that are literally forgotten about for no reason. There's units that are rallying that don't come back. Everybody, no one can micro perfectly. You just can't do it. It's just too much. So that's why slow it down. Actually, slowing it down, really, really effective. Keeps that kind of panic away. And for me, a big thing that always helped was realizing infantry are supposed to die. They're supposed to die, basically. They're your chaff units. These Dryads, they're there so that your archers live. They're there so your war dancers live, etc., etc. And
So one point that we were talking about a second ago, and it took me forever to understand this and start doing it, but it's this notion that, and I still do it sometimes. It's like when I'm playing, I feel like I've just got to get in there as fast as I can, but you don't. Like I said a second ago, you can always pull back and reset and slowly engage. And that's one thing I've really taken away from watching a lot of players who kite a lot. Is they play a completely different style. They take their time. They don't engage fast. They pick their engagements. It's very slow and very well thought out. So if you ever feel like you rush too much or you get in there too fast, you can always go watch some people who kite and try to take some tips from them. I think that's a great thing to do.
Yeah. I literally played Ice Power just the other day, and he was Skaven, and I think I literally said this earlier on stream, but I basically saw all of his guns, I panicked, I ran in, and he blew me apart. It was nuts. Yep. So, alright.
I've done that a million times.
Yeah, I bet. It's classic. I'm sure it won't be the last time I do it. Ouch. Oh, those poor Glade Riders. Glade Rider's coming around.
Yeah, okay, so this is good. She's got her bows on the Shade Wraith Gunners here. That's good. She's engaging with the Dryads on this right flank.
that is
That's
good.
great.
Yep.
So now she's coming in on this right flank with Cav, which is good. So now she needs to. So if you want to pause it, flip over this right flank. Yeah. So what she should do right now is take this Glade Rider Spear unit.
Yeah.
No, on the other flank.
Oh, over here. This one.
No, the other flank. Yeah, here.
Right here.
So she should take this, come up around, and hit these Shade Wraith Gunners. And she could
Absolutely.
even take. She's got another skirmish cav unit over there.
Right here.
Yeah, which she could totally take and put it into melee mode and hit this other gun unit.
That is something that is a big part of my play style, especially when I was first playing. I love actually taking my skirmish cav and putting them into melee. If you melee some sort of pure ranged unit with a skirmish cav, you charge in, man, they're gonna go to town. It's not quite as effective as a regular cav, but it's pretty damn effective.
Well, the main thing is, it's the black spot. Never mind. It's probably not a good idea. I didn't see that it was black spot. They have anti-large bonus.
Oh,
But in
my.
a normal situation, it's a great idea because you shut down the guns and you're not letting them get value.
Yeah, absolutely. That's brutal that they're anti-large. Didn't even know that unit existed, not gonna lie. Okay, was that a summon coming down, or is it Kraken's pull? A summon, yeah, riding Promethean summon.
So this is really good for the Vampire Counts player.
Brutal, yeah, on the ROR. Here they come. Here come these Glade Riders. Let's get over here. Let's watch this. This is good. Good job by the Shade Wraiths turning around. You're not going to escape. They're too slow. You either have to collapse or shoot and kill them, hopefully, but they are good. Yeah, they're fucked. What a fragile unit. What a fragile unit.
So that was great.
That was exactly what you wanted to do.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, it's perfect.
So she takes those offline with that. That's like a 1,200 gold unit, if I'm not mistaken.
500 gold for 1,200, basically.
So she's getting these ward answers on these bombers on the right flank,
Yep,
which was
love that.
That's fantastic as well.
They're shooting. Watch these guys that they're pushing up. You don't want them to get too close to you. Pull back a little bit. Charge these Dryads in.
Yeah, another thing is she's got Glade Riders fighting a Lampreys on the right. She needs to get those out ASAP and bring them up in the back and bring them into the guns.
Brutal.
And she also needs to get the sisters busy. Looks like they're sitting at, although they might be firing on something.
They have quite a bit of ammo still. I wish that I could do the whole spacebar and see her firing. I wish I could see everybody's when you're watching a replay, because like, how useful would that be? We could just tell.
Another thing that I haven't noticed is I haven't noticed any spell usage from the Wood Elf player, which that's a bit of a problem too.
Yeah,
I haven't
right
seen
here,
her
Chandler.
cast any spells. Look at this guy marching across the field.
Yeah, he's gonna come all the way over. Hopefully she sees it. We don't know. What?
So it's
Wraith with
yeah, he's in the back.
Earthblood and Pendulum. I don't think I've seen a Pendulum come out.
Yep.
That would have been very useful. Pendulum's such a good spell. I love Pendulum. Routes.
Well, another thing is so a big part of her win condition here was coming up and around the flanks with her cav with her Glade Rider spears.
Yeah.
Right. So if she's doing that now in a Vampire Count, you got to be careful doing this, but she should try to have that Branch Wraith in the front line so that it can be in range to hit those cav units with heals, so that they can stay at the back and disrupt.
Yep. I personally I like to use Branch Wraith up front. If you look at the stats of the Branch Wraith, 47 melee attack and 35 melee defense for a caster is kind of wackadoodle. It's got 60 armor as well. It's a really, really strong unit. It can last in melee combat much longer than most casters can. And
it's the only thing you got to worry about is it getting shot or getting attacked by Luther Harkin.
Yeah. So
which is a problem.
Which is a problem. Not if you forget it back in the back though. That not a problem. It dying, no worries. It's gonna live. It's not gonna help you, but at least it's alive. Okay. Let's keep watching. Yeah, let's see what the sisters are doing. I'm watching this bloated corpse though. I'm gonna keep an eye on that bloaty boy. So they're firing at Luther, but Luther is also chasing them. I honestly have never really fought those two together, but I mean, yeah, he's gonna run away. I would assume. It's probably a good target for those archers, perhaps.
So look in the back here. So she has an idle dryad unit that she could pull in to screen these zombies.
Yeah, I absolutely said that. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear
No,
you.
no worries. It happened earlier before we paused it.
Okay.
A little bit, but yeah, the zombies, those dryads should definitely have protected.
And there's you see that other idle dryad unit in the middle. She can
Right here.
pull those. Pull those over to a gun unit.
Yeah, there's a juicy gun unit right there. It's just a regular pirate. They would dumpster them. Dryads are not the best at taking damage, but they're pretty damn good at giving it to, lighter armored units. But yeah, very good. Okay. Drove Luther Harkin back. He's mostly out of ammo. Lots of ammo in the sisters, so that's good. Bloody Boy's kind of wondering where he's gonna go.
He's creeping.
These dryads. Oh, is that a summon? No.
It's a Kraken's pool. It's a good
Kraken's
cast.
It is a good cast. Unfortunately, using the infantry blast on Luther, don't want to do that. Accidentally did that, I'm sure, because she's been firing the single target in there for the most part. These Glade Riders, okay. I want to talk about this really quick. Regular missile infantry, archers, gunners, whatever you got, counters skirmish. Unless, of course, the skirmish jumps on its head. Obviously, we did talk about this being the black spot. It is anti-large. This is just kind of a principle of the thing. Either you need to get out of there, or you need to jump on them. Apparently, since it's the black spot, you just need to get out of there. Okay. Good job, though, with your range units versus his range units. You're just absolutely pooping on them with these Deepwood Scouts. Love seeing that. Yep, there we go. That's what we meant to attack. Oh, the Bloody Boy blowing up these dryads. They were almost full HP, and now they are not at all. They're routed as fuck.
That was a fantastic play from the Vampire.
That was a really good bloat. That was a really good one.
So you see what he did? He Kraken pulled that full health dryad unit to keep in place,
and then he bloated it. Yep.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
That's great.
Hammond's got some really good tactics. It's got some good tactics.
So the cab there is going to lose that all day long.
Yeah, absolutely. Typically, you don't want to charge anything that's big with cav unless it's an anti-large cav. It can work sometimes, but just kind of as a hard and fast rule, especially a cheap cav unit into something big, not gonna be wonderful. Totally forgot about it. You don't need to defend yourself. We're critiquing you for a reason. Good job shooting Luther. I wish you were back on that regular fire mode, though. Oh, she's just like, I'm just remembering. I'm reliving it. Luther Harkin, yeah. This is the time. Not much ammo left.
I'm kind of worried about the
What's that?
the Wood Elf player here.
Yeah, definitely.
With the Lampreys at such high health and Luther Harkin.
She's got the advantage. No, wait, never mind. Vampire Coast is barely a bit of advantage in the balance of power.
The only thing she has to really kill Luther Harkin or the Lamprey's Revenge is the sisters and her bows, and she's low on ammo.
And she's low on ammo, yeah. She's probably only going to be able to kill one of them. And are you going to charge into there? Oh, no, not necessarily a wise decision. Just keep shooting with your bow, sisters.
Oh, no.
Ouch. I'm watching Luther Harkin. Good job with the bows on Luther, though. Lots of damage.
That's great.
Luther was pretty brave here, but I do kind of agree it was the time. He had lots of HP. He went over and was worried about that branch wraith. And then, yeah, he's got enough HP to just walk on over to these Glade Guard and just shut them down, basically. Sisters, painful. If Sisters had been focusing with Luther or with the bows on Luther, maybe even when they're coming over and you realize you're not going to get attacked, come over and pop them real quick in the sky.
Yeah, so what she can do here is she can pull these archers with ammo through this other archer unit
Yeah.
in the back and tie Luther up into that archer unit and
Yeah.
get free so she can fire more.
And yeah, protect yourself. Peeling, I believe, is the term.
Indeed.
Same thing here. And I know this was just out of desperation, but Pendulum not gonna really do anything against a large unit like that. Heal, I don't know if you had just used Earthblood. I didn't see it go down, but Earthblood would have been a much better thing to just focus on Earthblood at this point. Obviously, you could Pendulum these guys, though. Not that, though.
So yeah, and you never want to send down the sisters into melee combat with the lampreys there. They'll just beat the shit out of her.
Yep. Which I think she learned.
Yeah.
Ouch, Branch Wraith. Okay,
Yeah.
are you gonna support? Distracted by the Branch Wraith? Yeah, you're shooting. Are you gonna shoot in? How we doing?
Or he's at his heel cap now.
Who is?
Luther. Or he's
No.
you can see it on his bar.
Yeah, you can see it on his bar. I was like, what? He's not at his heel cap.
Yeah.
He's getting pretty damn low, though. Doing really well. Unfortunately, routed off because the Lampreys got there. Lampreys are pretty hurt. Man, you were pretty close in this game, Ix.
Yeah. I think if she cuts the 2 War Dancer units
Yep,
units
I
and
agree
puts
with
all
that.
of those funds and more archers, she easily wins this.
she would have won. And I think also if she had just hit all through the front line at the same time, she probably would have won, even with this build.
Yeah.
Ooh, ouch. Big hit from Luther. And that's going to give you army losses, yeah.
It's a good game.
It was a pretty good game, though. Hammond bringing the bloody boys, though. People's champion.
Yeah, that deserves a people's champ. For sure.
Let's see. What value did you get on them bloats? 3 and 2. Not terrible. Oh, my goodness. 31. 31 even on the Lampreys.
Yeah.
That's
good.
insane. You did a very good job shutting the deck wraith, the Shade Wraith deck gunners, Shade Wraith gunners down. They didn't even get to 3, so that was really good. Damn, this is a good unit. I've never heard of this fucking unit. This is a
What,
good
the
unit.
Shade Wraith?
The black spot.
gunners?
The black spot.
They can be good, yeah.
Okay. Let's see if there's any juicy... Oh, 18 from the sisters. She's very good with sisters. Which, you know, lady after my own heart. Love it. Sisters, absolutely pog. 9, 8, 12. These poor cav units. Oh, these poor sweet cav units. Okay. Hi, cat. Hello. And we have Marathi is next.
Yeah, honestly, if she just brings more bows,
Yeah,
she wins that game.
More bows, I agree. More bows, better frontline timing. Remember, alt and control is how you twist. Alt and control is how you twist your army. Okay, let's see. What is this? So Ix is Dark Elves, and we have Hammond as the Scavy Boys. Rats. 2 wolf rats. 1 with poison. I think they both have poison. Can't tell, though. They're really, really close together. Poisoned Wind Mortars. Rat Ogres. This is on Ultra units. I'm not sure if that other one was an Assassin, Skrulk, and a Chieftain.
Oh, this is interesting. He's brought a lot of Plague Monks.
With Skaven Slave Slingers. He has brought quite a few Plague Monks.
Is this Skrulk?
4 units. Yeah, it is Skrulk.
Cool.
Okay. Now let's look at Dark Elves. Sisters of Slaughter, not the greatest unit in the world. I brought them against you a few times just because I was having a fun little blasty blast. Dark Riders. Cold
They're very
Ones.
delicate.
They're very delicate. They hit fucking hard, but my goodness are they delicate. We got 2 Bleakies and 2 Dreadies.
Yeah, so let's look at this formation real quick, right? I want to look at the Dark Elf formation.
Uh-huh.
So So I'm interested to hear what is the intention behind stacking infantry like this, like back to back? Because I'm just thinking of like what's the utility here?
We're thinking back to
Because
that Gandalf game with the blobbing.
yeah, I don't know how that is advantageously going to serve her whenever she attacks the enemy,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
These sisters are really fast, so it might be best to swing these out on the flank. That way they can stay away from most like weapons teams fire, and then they're like I said, they're really fast, so they can flank and come up around the flanks,
Yeah.
use their speed to flank on units that the Skaven don't want them attacking.
And I mean, you could spread these units out more and
Yeah,
just
for
make
sure.
make gaps for the sisters to come through.
Yeah, this is, when you stack infantry like this, it just sets you up to for when you attack, they get on top of each other, and then your opponent can just punish you so hard with
Mm-hmm.
spells.
Hi, cat. And the only thing I would say you can do with a setup like this is if you're going in, you're moving in, it's not really going to work too well against Skaven. Although, I mean, there's Plague Monks. But you get into a frontline engagement and you fake this engagement. You pull this back and you pull the sisters up and through and do that little like cav charge. You get a charge bonus off against them. I like that tactic sometimes. It's just kind of fun. But um, you would full blown like have to do that in order for this to be effective. And I would say the bleak swords would be in the back as well then, and then these spears would fade back and protect the archers.
Well, what she can do at this point in the battle, as soon as she sees the Skaven army, she can say, "Okay, they have plague monks in the front. My bleak swords and my dread spears are going to lose to those units.
Yep.
So you don't want to engage with them if you don't have to."
Nope. Hi, cat. Being kind of crazy, aren't you? Or if the next game you review, could you do greenskins? I'm just reviewing folks that have sent me things right now, Swagger. But we can definitely, I'm sure we could do a greenskin review at some point. Maybe Central and I'll play. Are you a good greenskin player?
Yeah, I can play some greenskins.
Yeah. So maybe we'll do that after the next one. How much longer you got, by the way? Scroot.
Oh man, I'm good. I got probably about 2 hours.
Okay, cool. Cool. So plenty of time. We can make that happen. All right, let's watch. And of course, Marathi in the sky. I'm not sure I said all these units, but really we're more analyzing. Really, we are more analyzing the tactics.
Yeah, another thing about Marathi in the sky, this is kind of what we spoke about earlier, but you just got to watch out for Howling Warp Gale.
Yep.
So she's bringing her cav out to the flanks.
Good. Scourge Runner's coming over there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Oh,
sisters,
see,
they're already
here
they're already stacking up.
Yep.
Yep.
So that's a prime example of what we're talking about there.
Ouch. Oh, and that's just so much value for those mortars.
Yep. So if you want to pause it here, Murph. So what you could do here, let's say you want to keep this front line, right? The way you have it, you could engage these plague monks with these sisters, right? Because they'll win that 1-for-1. And then if you could spare the micro, you can thread the needle, and once you've tied down these plague monks with the sisters, you can move these dread spears and bleak swords in the cracks in between those plague monk units.
Yep, right on in
so
here.
that they can get back into the rad ogres and the mortars. And as soon as the opponent notices that, what they're going to do is they're going to pull up those rad ogres, at which point you can bring your cav around the flank, and they have no answer to that.
Boom. Also, when they pull up the red ogres, you got some Drurk shards. Pew 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 pew.
That's right.
So yeah, absolutely. I honestly just about 2 weeks ago started to thread the needle. I'd heard about it. I just it was a little much for me, but I've gotten a lot more comfortable in the game, and so I've been doing that. My goodness, is that effective.
What you talking about, Murph?
Threading the needle, very effective.
Oh man, it's the way to go.
Yeah, it's extremely effective. Like, people will engage in the front line and then basically go, okay, the front line's fighting. I'm gonna go micro over here, and then you're like, yeah, but I'm sneaking through, ha! And then they look back and you're just on their juice all day. So let's continue to watch this. These poor sisters standing here getting mortared. Ouch. The Plague Monk's not a bad target for the Dark Shards. Lots of damage. Taking the sisters going in now. They're so hurt that they will just immediately die.
Okay, so
Cav coming around the back though. Love the Cav.
yeah, this is great. So okay, another thing right here. This is a big mistake. So she's getting these Coldwind Riders onto these Skaven slave spears, but that's a 200 gold unit.
The slingers,
That shit doesn't that shit doesn't matter. What she wants to do is one of two
Predators.
things. She wants to take
Mortars.
right, because those are the higher priority units. Those are the win conditions. These slings don't matter.
Nope. They're gonna damage you a little bit, but you're gonna damage these a hell of a lot more. And I don't know if you noticed, I don't know if you saw, but these Poison Wind Mortars, they already have like 11 value just from this one Sisters of Slaughter.
Yeah, and those Coldwind Riders will, if they get the charge, they will dunk on Rat Ogres.
Yeah, 100%. I love, this is one of my favorite calves in the game because they're anti-large, and an anti-large calf is beautiful. And they have armor piercing, like just good stats. A shield, 90 armor, 44. Gosh darn it! I hate having to press I to make that go away. I just want to press escape and it just goes away. Come on.
So
CA.
one thing this Skaven player should do right now is he should get these free plague monks in on these bows.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right here.
And this Rat Ogre unit in the front line, like he has free
Juice.
real estate to get up here and
100%.
just shut down all of those.
Yeah. Routed off the Dread Spears, shattered the Sisters of Slaughter. Anytime, and that's what I used to do always. I would just try and make an opening like that when I was first playing. That's like the less advanced threading the needle. You're not threading a needle now. You're threading like a hose, you know? It's just
And see here he has a choice with Skrulk. I don't know if he brought summons, but typically you want to bring summons, and he has a choice with Skrulk, right? So at this point in time, he can do one of two things. He can move towards the front line and put a summon in the back line to tie up the bows, or he can move. See, he has these Coldwind Knights coming in for a rear charge on his Rat Ogres and his mortars.
yeah, it looks like
He
they're
can
gonna
move
get there.
right. He could move Skrulk in there, and screen that unit with a summon, and so the Rat Ogres don't get charged, and then counter charge with the Rat Ogres.
He's got Liber Bubonicus, Rod of Corruption, and yeah, he's got summons. He's got Vermintide and whatnot.
Yeah.
Summons, extremely good, everybody. If you don't use summons, you should use summons. My goodness, are those good. Alright, yeah, he's coming in with the Rat Ogres because he sees how bad this would be. Looks like a good idea. Thank you, Timmy Timber, for the follow. Welcome. Oh my goodness. Very nice job.
Yep. Great job
Very
there.
nice job by Hammond, the Skaven player, to realize that the cold ones by themselves are going to kill these Rat Ogres, no problem. But the back charge with the Assassin as well
Yeah, that was great.
was just very effective. Tied up a few models back here with the charge. I think he hit her before she hit him. Although also, I just now noticed, good job killing these Poison Wind Mortars with those Dark Shards. That's pretty juicy.
Yeah, that's another thing. He should have pulled those back earlier.
Yeah.
Another thing is, I'm looking at the top of the screen here. There's a Dark Shard unit that's really kind of been AFK the entire time. It hasn't really found a home. What it probably should have done is come around on the flanks with the cold ones, because they're a lot faster than cold ones, and just weave through some of these gaps to hit high priority.
The Dark Riders. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No
did I say
worries.
something?
I was just confused. You said Dark Shards. I'm like, top of the screen, the ones that I just mentioned, killing the poison winds. No worries, yeah, dude. Who doesn't misspeak all the time? Everybody.
Yeah.
Does. Okay, absolutely. Yeah, the Dark Riders, like you said, they're lost. They don't have a home. I'm gonna steal that.
Yeah.
Okay. And if you hadn't charged into these Skaven slaves, you would have had 2 units of cold ones. Oh, those rat ogres wouldn't stand a chance, even with the double charge. Not gonna stand a chance.
Yeah, another thing, she needs to get this. Okay, so there's a lot going on right now. So pause it real quick.
Yep.
She needs to get this Scourge Runner in the back more busy. If
Yes.
it's gonna shoot, it needs to be shooting those rat ogres because it has the anti-large bonus.
Absolutely.
Now this is a really good soul stealer. She on the front line.
Yeah,
she
I love
put
it.
She put it on Skrulk initially, which was by himself, but luckily he walked into
Oh.
a number of other targets.
That's funny.
So it worked out in her favor, but I would say the better target for the Soul Stealer is what's going on
Right
in the
here.
back.
Right here. Yep.
Yeah, because you
absolutely.
can hit a Plague Monk, 2 Rat Ogres, and an Assassin all at once.
Look at all this. 100%. And it would help, possibly, probably not, save your cold ones. This fight's already over. These are Dark Shards. These are Dread Spears. It's not like already over, but you know what I mean. They're not going to win this fight, even with that Soul Stealer. You're done, burgers. Skrulk's in there. Plague Monk, Clan Rats are on top of the Dark Shards. They're done. This is juice. And right here in the back, bummer. Classic mistake that I do all the time is, my goodness, things that I route off, especially something like we already said, not much value in the Skaven slaves. Gosh, they could be the amount of support that this Cold One Knight could provide at this stage in the game would be absolutely huge. Getting into this fight would be massive. Just getting maybe on this Rat Ogre, these ROR Rat Ogres, in fact, they'll take them. I'm pretty damn sure.
Yeah, so from that perspective, that's a win for the Skaven player all day. They sacrifice 200 gold to tie up 1,000.
Tie up 1,000, yeah. So remember, back to that. We were talking about that with that Empire playing. Being tied up is the same as losing. If you're tied up, that unit doesn't matter. And so it might as well be dead for those moments, right? Obviously, it's better than being dead because you can move it back, but you might as well be dead. This, as far as this engagement's concerned, those other cold ones are dead. And now these cold ones instead are dead, which makes your dead unit that I'm talking about, that tied up unit, has become an actual dead unit because it was tied up. Which is why it's so bad. Alright. We just got some shattering up in here. Sisters of Slaughter and the Bleak Swords shattering. Yeah, see, the Skaven slaves, they don't do that much. Ooh, I like that. Wand of Caridon, I believe it's called. On top of the Plague Monks, not bad. Doing some good damage. Is that a Plague Monk summon? Yeah, it is, I think.
It just looks like Dark Elves have already lost by numbers here.
Yeah. If you just look around, lots of strong stuff still alive. A lot of important units from the Dark Elves have been lost. A Cold One Knight, 2 Sisters of Slaughter. These cold ones coming back in. Oh no, unfortunately, back on top of Skaven slaves again. That's alright. And I like actually charging in with my Scourge Runner chariots. They're pretty darn strong. You obviously got to pull them back out, but I like charging in, and they fire while they charge. Pew, pew, pew. Morathi going after Skrulk, though. I do like that. She's very strong in melee. She's got her Deadly Onslaught popped. She's putting him in the trash can pretty good. These Cold One Knights coming back. These Cold Ones stuck on top of Plague Monks. They will win, but they didn't charge the Plague Monks. They charged Skaven slaves, which is why those Plague Monks are doing so damn much damage against them. You always want to try and support cavalry if possible, of course. But when they're in the back, going after juicy targets.
Look at this Wolf Rat Tactical Reserve in the back.
Oh, here they come in on the Scourge Runner now, along with a Rat Ogre, a Haggard Rat Ogre.
That's a good play, but he forgot about him.
Yeah, I agree. He forgot about him, but there you go.
It happens.
There you go. And he's just shooting, getting that free value from those Skaven Slave Slingers. Not a bad play at all. Love it. Love to see it.
Yeah, I would say from the Skaven player's point of view, that was pretty well done.
Ouch. I like the Dark Shards. I say were probably the best play from the Dark Elf player. The Dark Shards were put into pretty good use. All three of them were firing for a long time. I mean, they got routed off pretty early because the poison, or the fuck did you call it? Or what the fuck do we call it? I forget. The
Poison wind
avalanche
mortars?
Poison wind mortar? Is that what it is?
Poison
They
wind
have
mortar,
so many similar, like poison wind globadiers, death glow bombardiers, poison wind mortars.
Yeah.
They're all. I don't play them that much. So they kind of get jumbled. What is this? Yeah, they're enraged. What was that? A soul stealer? It was. Soul Stealer hits Skaven Slaves and some Plague Monks. I mean, at this point in the game, you're just hoping, you're just desperate, but this is the area you'd want to hit. Probably right there. This poor Scourge Runner is going to get attacked again by Wolf Rats. Yeah, you were desperate, absolutely. I understand. Wolf Rats coming in. Good time to realize that you have them, at least, getting those Dark Shards off, but the game is pretty much won. What do they have? A full HP Marathi, a really weak Dark Shard, or Dark Rider. I don't even remember what happened to this. I know that we were talking about it being AFK up here, but it must have gotten in somehow, somewhere, and gotten dunked upon. These pesky Poison Wind Mortars. Hey, we got Bleakies! Bleakies on top of the mortars! Go! Go! Yes, Bleakies! Yes, they won. Nope. Dark Elves actually win the game. There it is. That was all that mattered. Lots of routing. That's the thing. If you can start getting into late game with Skaven, you can win with a chain route really, really easily. So.
It's a good Soul Stealer there.
Yeah, I was like, is that a Soul Stealer? It's a great Soul Stealer. Skrulk. Wow! You are scrapping hard right now, Ix. Very good. With as little of units as you had, killing Skrulk almost. Marathi's probably fucked and it's going to end the game. But still,
in trouble now.
I still liked it. If you had more supporting units, if you had some Dark Shards or whatever it was, hitting Skrulk at the same time, Skrulk could be dead. The Scourge Runners, they looked like they were coming in slow-mo. They were just like... Okay, there's nothing more to say about that, right? End. Yep. Marathi, what did you get, girl? 19, though. Your Lords are getting good value, I have to say. 19 on Skrulk as well. You guys are playing pretty good games. That one was decently lopsided, but I think... quite a few of the games we've seen today have been really decided by those. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Poison Wind Mortars 19, almost 20.
Yeah, I really liked that Plague Monk pick there.
Yeah.
Because, you know, most Dark Elf players are just going to bring Bleak Swords and Dread Spears, and and Plague Monks kind of counter that.
Yeah, that's it's an off meta, but not a bad pick.
Yeah, for sure.
I would worry about the Dark Shards, but in this particular case, worked out very well. Absolutely. Oh, excuse me. Let's try this last game. Damn, it works. And we have Beastmen versus Skaven again. Oh my goodness, look at all these Storm Vermin. Clan Rats with shields. I honestly can't recognize that Lord poster. Whatever.
It's the Warlord.
It's just a Warlord, yeah. Hell Pitted Bomb.
Oh, he has him on the
Gutter Runner
the Bonebreaker.
Slingers.
Yeah.
He sure does. And from the Beast, Ungors, Spearmen. Yeah, Ungor. We're all stealthy boys up in the front here. Ungor Raiders.
What spells does okay. What is this a war? What's this on the chariot? This single entity.
I believe it's
in
a
the front.
Wargor.
Okay. What spells did she bring on Malagor?
Wargor. Malagor. This is such a pain in the ass. I'm not sure if there's a way I can like click on it better. I don't understand. Come here. Come here, buddy. Oh my god, there we go. It's being a jerk. Flockadoon, Savage Dominion, so Cygor Summon, and Mantle of Gorok. As well as Penumbral Pendulum. It's too many spells. You gotta calm down with this. Pendulum, I would say. I mean, Flockadoom's pretty good because Skaven. But
yeah, I would say Mantle of Gorok's very situational, and if you're bringing Savage Dominion, you definitely don't want to bring 4 spells. You could probably cut that and use all your Winds of Magic on Pendulums and Flockadooms.
I had extra gold. Chevron your units.
So out the gate here, I would say just from the army comp screen, Beastmen are at a disadvantage because there's so many Storm Vermin with halberds, and she put so much of her money in Chaos Spawn. However, the Bestigor herds can chew through those pretty well, and
Yeah,
the
sure
Ungor
can.
Raiders with bows can do some work on those as well.
Yeah. Whoa. Ooh. Hi, cat. We gotta get her rotating her army. Rotate that army. Alt and control. Please. My bladder's already tiny enough. Please stop walking upon me. Thank you. Okay. Hi, cat. And we've been noticed. Oh, looks like we kind of rotated.
Yeah, this is pretty off meta pick by the Skaven. I kind of like it.
Yeah, we've seen 2 off meta picks now. These Ungor are overextended a little bit. You want to hit all at the same time, if possible, of course. But it's not. It's not terrible.
Well, the Skaven player could have punished that if he pulls up the Bonebreaker and the Abomination there.
Yeah, just
he could
come on in
totally
here, give him a bonk.
Yep.
I like the help hit target from your Ungor. What's your Wargor gonna do? Okay, Wargor's coming in.
Yeah, you want to get that. You want to get that help hit away from those bows. That's a big mistake.
Yeah, for sure. That's, oh god. Oh my goodness. Wargor doing some work. These fucking things are insane at this point. Literally broken.
Yeah, they're pretty wonky.
Now we're doing Chaos Spawn. Everything's kind of moving in. You're kind of going around, going wide. I like it. Trying to meet him. Trying to envelop him. That's good. Oh, yeah, please, no. Help it. Help it. It's full-blown gonna die. Nice pick. Good job by Ix. All right, over it.
So these... hang on here. You want to pause it? So she's got all of her bows clumped here. So at this point, when her front line collapses like that, she should pull these back, spread them out, and pull one of these Bestigors up through to shield against this Clanrat Spear unit.
Yeah, I agree. The Bestigors... You're doing that blob thing again. It looks like these Bestigor, like Chaos Spawn, Ungor Spearman, Bestigor, and another Bestigor do not need to fight a single Storm Vermin with halberds. When you have really strong infantry, you would want them to be, like, these are supporting the weak infantry. They don't need to support each other. They need to support the weak infantry. They need to support the other units. Over here. Especially, I agree with Scroot. Right behind these bows. Look at these clan rats. Charge in, boom. You're saving yourself from those clan rats, and you're getting some free value basically, because Bestigors are gonna, they're the best boys, the Bestigors, you know. All right. Let's see. It looks like we have a. Oh my gosh! Please stop standing on me. I'm sorry. Oh, it's just wait. What are you... I mean, I can see that there's rats here. Okay, so it's going to hit some of these Storm Vermin. Yeah, I know it's a pendulum. I was just... That flag's kind of misleading, and it's better to target than the clan rats probably, too, honestly.
Yeah, she's let her Wargor get overextended here.
Yes.
And she needs Bestigors in there to support that unit. It's going to die.
Absolutely. I think this would have been a better spot for that pendulum. Oh wait, no.
Well,
those are clan rats. Never mind. I thought those were storm
Yeah.
vermin. Oh, there are. This is so. Look at this unit. Look at the shape of this unit. It's like a footprint from Jurassic Park, and then it's got half of them over here fighting these Ungors.
It's weird.
It's super weird. That is absolutely janky. I love you too, cat. Lay down. Okay. Let's see.
Skaven player could totally bring these, what are these, Night Runners in the back and flank these bows,
Yeah,
and they're
then
dead.
they would just be gone.
Yep.
Absolutely. Not really needing to because
runners.
the clan rats are just coming through in the first place.
Yeah, she's kind of letting this Chaos Spawn unit on the right flank die for free to these gutter runners,
Yep.
which is a shame.
It's by itself. I absolutely fucking hate gutter runners. I hate them with a
They're a pain
passion.
in the ass.
Stealth fucking they're the chameleon skinks of the Skaven, and honestly I think they're a little worse. I hate them. Bastards. Worse to fight is what I mean, not worse as a unit.
They have less ammo,
They
but yeah,
I
they're a
believe
pain
it.
in the ass.
Ooh, nice Cygor throwing in though. I swear they nerfed the Cygor accuracy. It used to just always fucking hit, and now those stupid things can't hit worth a damn.
She's pulling the bows back, that's good. Pulling the spears up to reinforce, that's great.
Yep, that is good. Bows back. Cygor throwing there. Finally gets Malagor out of there. That's good. He was getting shot for free for a little while. Dogs? Ooh, I didn't even notice you had dogs. Dogs coming around. These Bestigors got lost back
Oh,
here
wow.
somewhere.
Yeah, I didn't see the dogs
Bestigors
either.
AFK here in the middle.
Those dogs should have been in, they need to be in those gutter runners.
Nom 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 nom. Absolutely. Dogs? Ranged units. Dogs? Meat ranged units. Oh no, not,
Yeah,
not the Storm Vermin.
If she would have had those dogs in that right flank to protect those Chaos Spawn, they could still be alive.
Yep. I like your thought process here, but these are very, very tough. Ooh, good job running away, though. You just stopped him. I like that
Yeah,
now.
that's good.
I like that. That you would have wanted that to buy you time for these Chaos Spawn to come over here. You
Yep.
should have pulled them back once you got in and stopped them.
See, now you should just keep pulling those bows back. Spread them out, keep pulling them back, kite them, kite them, kite them, kite them.
Boy. Malagor. Diving in to save these bows. Chaos Spawn. There we go. Bestigor is in here with the Clan Rat ROR and some Storm Vermin as well.
This battle's all over the place.
It is. It's nuts. The Gutter Runners in the back. What is this one doing? Where are you going? The Tuskor, unfortunately, or the Wargor on the Tuskor, I'm sure got killed by those.
I don't know, but he could totally bring those gutter runners into melee and shut down those Ungor Raiders.
Absolutely, he could.
Now, I really like the Hound rear charges on these Storm Vermin here.
They were
that are the
spotted.
bows.
It's okay if they're spotted. You don't have to hide them.
Oh yeah, it doesn't matter, dude. Gutter runners, if I remember correctly, have decent melee stats. So I mean, if they're, as long as they're not fighting anything elite.
26, 28, 28. Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, they should be fine.
And then he brings them back. That's good. It's all about using your units all the time, right? If you need to hide them, I understand that, but there was nothing threatening them.
Yeah, these Bestigors are still pretty healthy.
These Bestigors are absolutely mulching through stuff, aren't they?
Yeah, I think this is a Beastman win here. I just don't know what Skaven has for the Bestigors.
Yeah, me neither. There's even a Chaos Spawn. The Warlord's extremely hurt. Warlock Engineer. Hi, cat. No, you can't. I have to go to the bathroom. You can't step on me. I'm not. No. 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 She's coming for me, chat. She's coming for me. Oh, she doesn't like that. I know, you gotta leave. I love you. Okay, gutter runners coming in. Just taking out the Ungors, which you hate to see it when you're a Beastman, but you love to see it when you're a Skaven. No, please. I have to finish this game. You're gonna make my bladder explode, I swear. Okay. Malagor. I mean, yeah, you're trying to threaten him and just drive him off some way, somehow.
Yeah, keep him off those Vestigors. But he is conserving ammo, which is really good.
Yeah. Now that he's landed, he's shooting him. Much easier target when he's landed. Storm Vermin getting wrecked. Bring all your rallied units. Skaven, bring them. That's to go, or Beastmen, I mean, bring them. Dogs. Oh no, not the dogs. They're just sitting here. Doggies. Nom nom. Ooh, some.
Yeah. So
Okay.
one thing I'll point out with the dog units. The dog units in late game are so important, and the reason is because you can use them to rear charge units, and when you rear charge units, they get a leadership penalty, and you can break them, especially against Skaven. So all this infantry right now that you have tying up your Vestigor units, if you just bring a Hound unit into the back of them and charge them,
Bonk.
you'll break them, and then you can free up your Vestigor units to go fight something else.
Absolutely. I like this. Ungor's shooting the stupid gutter runners. Malagor fighting the Warlord. Not a great time for Malagor, certainly, even though that Warlord's pretty hurt. But doing a pretty good job. Shattered the Ungors. Oh no, oh no! Oh, they got tied up by the stupid Warlord. You hate that. It's the worst. Warlord's gonna go down though, I'm thinking. Not everything has to come here. Get on these ranged units. Get them over there. You don't have to have every single thing. This is plenty. This is plenty. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Ah. Blobs are only as good as the inner part of the blob. You know what I mean? It's the models that are fighting. So if you have a good surround, you don't need to keep blobbing in. Go somewhere else. Do something else with them. Especially when you have ranged units shooting the blob. It's looking like a Beastman though. It's looking like Beastman. Malagor's healthy. I'm really starting to get worried about these gutter runner slingers though.
Yeah, they still have a lot of ammo. I think this is actually a Skaven win.
You think it's gonna be a Skaven win?
Yeah,
Everything's
I
just
do.
palling around.
I do. If he micros these gutter runners right,
Yeah, what are you
it'll
gonna
be a
do?
Skaven win. I don't know. He has low ammo, so
He's got a pretty good amount of ammo. He's losing one, is pretty low. But they, as you pointed out, they have pretty good melee stats as well.
that's true. It's true. These Vestigors are so beat up.
And they're very beat up. There was a point where they were so healthy and the game could have been won. And just these three gutter runner slingers in the back have pretty much
See, now
called
he's
into question.
he's wasting ammo on this broken unit. That
Uh-huh.
definitely doesn't need to happen right
Does
now.
not need to happen.
Yeah. He needs all he can get for these Vestigors.
Chased the Warlord off. Everything's walking this way. Doesn't need to. Warlock Engineer. Okay. Making sure that doesn't come back, I suppose. Chaos Spawn sitting here idle. I'm worried because this balance of power is representing Malagor, and Malagor is not a talented fighter. He's not impressive. I don't think he could take this, to be honest. And so all he has to do is kill these Vestigors. And it's a problem. And this is where, literally, it's possible. If these had been chevroned, this game could be different. You didn't need all these spells. Just a little bit of chevrons. They would have just a wee bit, tad more HP. It might make the difference coming down here in the end, in the wire.
Yeah, you want to hit fast forward, Mark?
Yeah, it's probably a good idea. Malagor fighting gutter runners.
Oh, that's interesting. It's actually breaking the unit.
Oh, he's killing the Bestigors.
Yeah.
Split them up. Split them up. You don't need them together. Unfortunately, it's a little too late. Oh, goodness.
Oh, boy.
Malagor's so hurt. Yeah, the Skaven are going to do that. Yeah, they're done. This Bestigors. These ones are lost in the forest, though, so that was interesting. Yep, and
What a great game.
yeah, that was a good game. Heartbreaking if you are, the Beastmen. That was absolutely heartbreaking.
That's good.
Skaven, yes, yes. Hey, Zam. My goodness. Yeah, too many chaos spawn versus the halberds, but you can't predict something like that. This was play the game though. Still, help hit dead. Play the game. Where are those gutter runners?
Yeah.
19, 13, and 9. Oh boy. That's
Yeah, it's
big.
pretty good. It's good value.
That's big.
You want to play one, Murph?
Yeah, absolutely. I need to, I don't know if you noticed, use the restroom.
All right. I'm going to grab something to drink. We'll be
And,
back in a
yeah,
couple minutes.
Be right back. All right, you guys, you're going to see Scroot versus Murph when we return after these messages. Yeah. I am back, everybody. Let's make a lobby. Scrutinize me, senpai. Hi, back. I'm Dad. Nice. Good call. It's true. I do literally already have to pee again. I need to make an emote. Like, tiny bladder or something. It's not quite that bad. I don't actually have to pee right now. But, I've got this one. It's a crying skink, but I don't think you can quite see that it's a skink that's crying. He needs to have like a really big eye with really exaggerated tears, I think. The artist that I hired though, she, like, if you look at it, I'm pretty sure that he has cried so much that there is literally like a river. There's a fucking river of tears below him. Can you see in the bottom left corner? Like, that's how much his ass has been crying. I think that's so good. I didn't even tell her to do that at all. She just did that shit. Just a BRB and doing the PP dance, but just the legs, and they're like folded in and you're trying to hold it exactly. Or it could be my cat stepping on my bladder and being like, thanks for telling me I had to pee, or some shit like that, yeah. You kept this hidden from us all this time, you Murphy Murph. I didn't keep it hidden from you. It could just say BRB and just have the cat stepping on my my bladder. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Because that happens all the time. The damn cat. I believe the phrase I normally use is, my cat has informed me I have to pee. That's what that emote is too. It's a 1K biddy emote. That's what that one is. Cause I didn't have another slot, you know. I only have, what do you call? 2 slots open right now. We
I
are.
have returned.
Oh, excellent. Good. Yeah, I'm 3 subs away from another slot, I think. So hopefully we can get there. We will try. I believe in you finding my game. I really do. Oh my god, how did you know?
What? Yeah, I got it.
How'd you know what game it was?
I thought I saw my name in the title. Is that true?
It's called Scrutinize Me, Senpai.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, Greenskins was requested. Very cool. Very pog. I've been working on this matchup. You have any thoughts on this matchup?
You talking about Tomb Kings?
Yes, sir.
Let's see. I'm not a huge Tomb Kings player, but a lot of people like Casket. Another thing you can do is Chariots hurt Greenskins, but you got to keep them safe from trolls. Lots of chaff, and the ROR Great Bow can be good against like biggins, and like single entities. So like whatchamacallem, the kitties are good too.
Mm-hmm.
Big terror-causing single entities are hard to deal with for Greenskins sometimes. Greenskins are a low leadership faction, so they're really susceptible to fear and terror.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Plenty of that on the Tomb King roster.
Yeah.
I don't know how you're going to play the Greenskins, obviously, but you don't know how I'm going to play the Tomb Kings. I have a build that I worked on with chicken tenders a
Old tendies.
But he'll fully admit he's trying to learn greenskins, and I've been working on Tomb Kings for a while. I really want them to be my like third best. Unfortunately, at this particular point, they trail my dark elves and they trail my dwarfs.
Yeah, so when I first got into multiplayer, greenskins were kind of like, they were like my main faction.
Hmm.
And I felt like that way for a long time, but I kind of drifted away from them a little bit too. But I still play them pretty often.
Okay, sounds like we got someone who's pretty knowledgeable. Chat, that's a good thing. Scroot's just a boss, you guys. If you haven't noticed, Scroot knows. He knows stuff. Which is why we have him on here. And we full blown, it's called guest multiplayer speaker, the central Scrutinizer. Scrut the Brut. Scroot the Brute. Scroot the Brute is, I believe, what Chad is trying to say.
Call me a brute?
Yeah, because you're on greenskins, so you want to be a brute.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
You go like, for Mork! And shit like that.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah. Oh, Chad's got the fucking X emotes. Look at him go. Who did your artwork, by the way, X? Is it someone you know, or did you just like hire someone off Fiverr? Because that's what I did. I just hired some random person off Fiverr. Gastro would not have liked that. Not have liked what? Yeah, Fiverr named Kong Vector with the capital E, or did you not mean to capitalize that? I'm assuming you didn't mean to. No capital E. Yeah. I'm ready when you are, by the way.
You ready,
my
Murph?
friend.
Okay. Let's do it.
That was good timing. You want to go Galbaraz? You good with that, or you want to do something else?
No, that's fine.
All right. Okay, everybody. Now, I definitely say Scroot's got the edge in skill, you guys. I'm up and coming, but we're not there yet.
This is actually, I think this is a tough matchup for greenskins. It can be, anyways.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Certainly don't know.
A lot of people counterpick. A lot of people counterpick greenskins with all the undead factions.
Makes sense. I definitely like not the strongest front line from the Tomb Kings, but because I think Vampire Counts is a pretty good pick against greenskins.
Oh yeah, it's. I would say that if you're playing against a really good counts player, it's almost. My opinion is that it's almost impossible to win.
Brutal. I gotta start playing Vampire. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. Counts is hard, man. I would say that, in my opinion, I think Counts is one of the factions that has one of the highest skill caps.
Just not gonna lie.
Yeah, like when I play against a really good Counts player, it's so demoralizing. Like
Yep.
I don't even understand what the fuck is going on, and I'm just losing. You know?
Yep. I agree with that. Hate them. I hate them. Absolutely hate them. Although I have a fucking just tasty build that is inspired from Contende that I played against. His name's Diobald. I don't know if you're familiar with him. He's
Yeah, I've seen him around.
Yeah, he's a Ukrainian guy. And he's a decently good player, and I think his main is Counts, and I was able to take him down, and I was so proud of myself.
Nice.
Because, like, I think that's the first time I can even say those words. His main was Counts, and I won.
Yeah, there's some really good Counts players out there.
It's brutal.
You ready?
I am almost.
Okay,
And I now am. Yes, let's go.
let's do it.
What do we have? Trollsies, Grombo, orcs and stuff. Gobos. Vanguard? You little bastard.
Yeah.
He just says, yeah. Alright. Bring it. Night goblins. Fuck off, night goblins.
Shyish winds gather. Archon the Black.
Diving after these shop team really doesn't like these shop team boys.
Sacrifice them. Archon the Black.
Oh my.
Vengeance for Nagash. So be it. Power of Nagash. Vorbis Virata.
Looks like we need to get the fuck out of there.
Tremble before
Keep it
Archon.
up, keep it up.
The Liber Mortis calls.
Hell
I've
yes.
lost my word.
Of Lichy.
That's what we want. That's what we were talking about. Now, can we defeat the rest? I wanted you to get out of there. I didn't realize trolls would kill a fucking tomb scorpion, to be honest.
Oh yeah.
Gotta get out of there. Come on, please get out of there.
Spell casting. Necromantic.
Very nice.
Thank you. Oh my god, though. Get the fuck. Ah. I don't know. If I had gotten away from those trolls with the scorpions, it'd been different. But I don't know about this, boys.
The Black.
Yeah, Grom got trapped up in there.
Yeah.
Of death.
Kicked his ass. Which you'd be surprised. right? And you're like, oh,
Ready.
didn't think Arkin would take him down, but he does with a Tomb Prince friend.
Yeah.
GG though.
Two princes hit hard. GG.
All right, trolls, Team Scorpions have to fucking stay away from them. Learned something, everybody. Learned something. Yeah, we're not even gonna keep going. Let's get out of there. Damn. I really didn't know that trolls would dumpster a Team Scorpion.
Oh, they'll fucking circle beat, man. Now, the thing is, though, if the troll unit is low, then they could get terror routed. That can easily happen. Oh, I didn't know you brought Tomb Guard there.
Yeah, I did. Just to try and keep you off a little longer.
Yeah. So, what's next?
That was brutal. I think, just kind of explain your army real quick, I think.
Yeah, so this is like this particular matchup for Greenskins is I feel like it's hard and you're kind of on a timer because if they bring like Ushabti Great Bows or Caskets, they can do a lot of damage to your infantry before you even get there. So also if they have a lot of like mobility and Nekahara horsemen, they can really shut down any bows that you have. So I don't like to play with like idle bows like orc archers or anything. I like to just get in there with some decent melee and kind of grind down and make it like a, you know, like grind through the infantry and kind of push through. I used to try to get around and flank and kind of get like a little anxious with it in terms of like not being patient and grinding through the infantry. But I think that's just a trap because they can set up, they can hold in the front, Tomb Kings can hold in the front and set up stuff in the back to kind of screen and protect all of their assets. So I think you just have to punch through.
Yeah,
So,
you did.
yeah, and so that's kind of what the big ends are, and the ROR Night Goblin and Grom, and then the Trolls are kind of for that. The Trolls are also to fight single entities, and then the Boar Riders are, they kind of counter Nekahara Horsemen, and they offer you mobility to get around where you need to get around.
That's good. You isolated me in kind of 3 different areas, and then the left and the right, you killed me. And then my middle was standing very strong, but it also isolated my Tomb Scorpions with your trolls.
Yeah, I think, yeah, one thing that happened to you is your Tomb Scorpions got isolated.
Yeah, yep, absolutely.
Where if you would have kept some, if you could have kept some spears on top of a Tomb Scorpion, they would have done way better.
Yeah, I've never brought this build against trolls. Had no idea that, first of all, the mass of the trolls kept me from even getting away. They just literally wouldn't leave. So they were done. And against this, I lost definitely because I should have boxed a little tighter. I was a little too open to keep you out. Granted, I didn't really have much in my cookie jar. I had, 4 archers, which is a decent amount. But I had that Ushabti, which did okay. They got 7. This build is mostly focused on killing Grom. I think a lot of people get really surprised when I take Grom pretty quickly and easily. And it tends to kind of spiral. He only got 6 value, which is ridiculously low for Grom.
Yeah, he got. You did really good with the Ushabti summon and pinning him in.
Yeah.
That kind of caught me off guard.
So that's kind of the strategy with this army. But the Tomb Scorpions are normally alive at the end, and in that big blob fight with the Tomb Scorpions, I take it. But with those trolls, didn't know. I think if I had to do it again, I would take my Ushabti Great Bows, and I would shoot those fucking trolls and just weaken them before they got to me.
Yeah. Yeah, the casket can be really good too.
Yeah.
So like if you look at my army right now, so let's talk about countering it. There's a couple of different things you could do, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you could bring a casket, and then when I'm approaching, you could be like, okay, what do I need to kill with this casket? If I kill all of his boar cav, he has no mobility. He has slow infantry, so I can kind of dictate the battle, and I can move my ranged assets around where I want, and I can try to isolate trolls and then just recharge them and escort them off the battlefield.
Yeah, yeah.
So if you take away my mobility with this build, I'm in trouble.
Makes sense.
Yeah, same thing with the Shapti Great Bows. Like if you just want to take a couple of Shapti Great Bows, just kill the cav, then I'm in a bad spot.
Yeah, instead of these skeleton archers, if I had another Shapti Grey Bow, that would have probably helped quite a bit.
Yeah, the archers can do work too, for sure.
I was worried. The reason I have the archers in the build is because some Greenskins players like to do a lot of skirmish. And obviously, regular archers will keep the skirmish away.
Yeah, I feel like skirmishing in a Tomb Kings is just my experience anyways, it's just a waste of time. Because they don't give a shit. They're just gonna sit there with their silver shields and block and screen all of your skirmish cav, and then just blow you up with great bows and caskets. Or bone giants, you know.
Yep. All right.
Yeah, anyway.
That was interesting. I think little more refinement on this. Okay. Anybody have a matchup they want to see?
Hey, why don't we do the Dwarf Wood Elf thing?
The Dwarf Wood Elf thing. We were talking about that. Yeah. Sure. You want to be Wood Elves? Okay.
Yeah, so if you want to bring that
That
dwarf
crazy build?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Pugnabon.
The Pugnabon build.
And I can try to show you if I can play it right. I'll show you how this works.
There you go, Ix. You watching? This is the big one for you specifically. We were workshopping this. Let's see if Scroot can do it. Let's go to a better map though. Let's go to Eschen, I feel. There we go. There we go. Okie dokie do. Oh, I gotta close all these fucking tabs really quick. All these downloads. That's funny stuff. Alright. What matchup are full orc armies, including Lord and Hero, viable? What do you mean specifically? I like taking goblins and orcs most of the time. When is it more beneficial to take only orcs? You live over there, Scroot?
Yeah, I'm replying to him in chat.
Oh, you can just talk to them. They can hear you.
Yeah, sorry. I don't know that, in my opinion, I don't know that it's ever beneficial to take only orcs. I mean, goblins just, like if you do that, you're kind of hindering yourself because you're not utilizing half of the greenskin roster. Because goblins do a lot of things that orcs don't do and vice versa as well.
Mm-hmm. That's why they're the green skins instead of the orcs.
Indeed. All right, I think I'm ready.
Okay, yeah, I already clicked the button.
You did.
Let's get into it. Let's see if I can play these. Dwarfs are one of my stronger factions. Let's see if I can play it on a high level. This is quite a bit of micro, everybody. I have PTSD though now from those tomb scorpions inside of those troll blobs.
Just need some therapy.
Yeah. Just go talk to my counselor, be like,
Dwarf warriors!
I just every time I close my eyes, I see tomb scorpions. Tomb scorpions? What is that? My best unit in the matchup. I thought they were so good. What happened? Trolls. She's just gonna be like,
So, Murph, have you been trying out that double tomb scorpion build into Bretonia?
yeah, the double tomb scorpion with all the halberds.
Yeah, do you like it?
I keep fucking winning, so yeah, I love it. It's beautiful.
Nice.
It's very good. It's very good, very effective. I found.
Yeah, those tomb scorpions are awesome, man. Because they can fight single entities, so they can beat up paladins, and they can fight cav, and they tear out all the peasants. It's great.
Yeah, they're nuts. And I found I was having a problem with it. Not that specific build, but I've actually started doing 2 tomb scorpions in general, just because everyone was always being like, 2 tomb scorpions is so good, it's so good, and I kept using it and being like, I suck, I keep dying, I don't understand. Well, my problem was I was just getting isolated.
Yeah.
And what I like to do is the very beginning, I will send them to the flanks, and my hero squad in the middle, Arkan and Tomb Prince, I like to bring now. And I fight off in the middle, Arkan and the Tomb Prince, the 2 flanks are won by the Scorpions, and then they all converge, and I just goon.
Yeah, that's the thing with that build. You got to stay tight,
Yep.
and Bretonia is really good at. They can be really good at spreading you out.
Yeah. It's interesting because just like we were talking about with the with being not afraid of artillery, when Cav's trying to pull you apart, you just kind of have to not be afraid and just go. You're gonna wear yourself down eventually. You're on horsies and you're gonna get poked to death. It's gonna happen.
Well, you've got so many things to just bog them down. You just throw spears and halberds at it, or at them, and then you spirit leech them and throw scorpions at them.
Yes.
They'd eventually just fall apart.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
You ready?
I sure am.
Run, Ricky! Ready?
Alright.
What is the army comp of 2 scorpions? After hearing this Sapphire Bretonian, I've been getting Bretonian nightmares again. It's literally 5 halberds, 5 scorpions. That'd be sick. 5 halberds, 5 spearmen, Arkan, a Tomb Prince, and 2 scorpions. And I think it's the fucking entire thing. See, look how wide he's gone. This is what Ix, you were missing. You were not completely super wide. You were narrow.
Dwarf warriors!
And it was causing issues and tissues.
Round through! Vengeance! Quarrelers! Killers! Yes then! Now we halt! War of vengeance! Quarrelers! Scarf! Yes, yes! Dwarf warriors! Fight! Dwarfs, ready axes! Axes out, lads! Quarrelers! Pump those dwarfen legs! Drag them! Move off! Kazoo!
Fucking summon on me? How dare you?
Get to it! Ancestor gods! One more dwarf and legs! For the High King! Quarrelers! Find your targets! Quarrelers! Kazoo!
Yeah, see, he's already in on all the juice.
Rage fast! Go! Stuff! Wrath and ruin! Blow through! No! They have wronged us!
This is really close, though.
Yeah, it's a good fight.
For Grimnir! Kazuk! Quarrelers! Let the vengeance begin! Strike out! All out! Ready to strike! Dwarf, ready axes! Drang them! Quarrelers! Put those dwarven legs! They have wronged us!
Yeah, I saw it, but they're too slow to fucking dodge.
Thoric Ironbrow!
Ain't gonna happen.
Vengeance! We demand blood!
What the hell are you doing?
Quarrelers!
Go where I tell you to go. Oh my god.
Kill them! Satisfy the grudge!
Good.
Quarrelers! Move! We are relentless! Ready to serve! Ready to strike!
Oh my god.
Range
Come on, guys.
Range fast! Go! Anu! Come on! The
Shit.
anvil's might!
Serious? You decided to turn around at that
Nothing
exact
can
moment?
stop us! For the ancestor gods!
Yes, indeed.
Put those dwarven legs! Right on!
Literally right before I even did it.
Yeah.
More of vengeance! Thoric Ironbrow! Aye! Star! Stop! Strike out! Move! Yes, Thane! Scoff! Quarrelers! Blow through!
It's crumbling for us. It's coming apart, everybody.
Cazador!
We're trying.
Yes! Axes! Withdraw! Get it on!
Maybe I should build, or I should deploy wider too.
Ready! Die!
Yeah. That would certainly help.
Will of Iron! Strike the runes!
Yeah, it's over.
Withdraw!
It's over. Jeez. I definitely am starting to feel really confident in my skills though, because I don't feel like I didn't get overwhelmed. You had to play,
Oh yeah, you played well.
so
By Grumney!
that's all we care about.
Dwarf warriors!
Yeah, I am not a grinder though. Just not.
You're not a grinder?
No.
Play dwarves?
I'm good on them, but it doesn't mean like I'm
Yeah.
a huge, you know, like the late game. Like if it's a ranked match or a tournament, I'll really try and scrap it out. But if it's a friendly game where we're just doing the thing,
Dukin.
yeah.
I gotcha. Yeah, so the thing is now that I'm playing that, I'm reminded of how. I mean, it's pretty micro intensive for the Wood Elves. Like,
Yeah.
I had to keep my cab moving at all times.
Yeah, they did pretty well. One of them got fucked, but the other two, I mean, barely paying for itself. But the thing is, you got into it initially, and I had to start moving around. So it's that whole idea of taking my guns offline, not necessarily through them actually being dead or routed or anything. Just the fact that I'm moving. I am not, like that's not what they want to do. I don't want to be running away. I don't want to be repositioning. I want to be shooting. So
Yeah. It's I don't know if you noticed, but the Wild Rider unit was constantly charging into bows that entire game. I mean, for the most part. So it wasn't the goal, like you said, wasn't to stay in sustained combat. It was to keep everything pinned down. That's the thing with dwarves. If you look at your army, it's like dwarf warriors. What are their purpose? Their purpose is just to hold. Longbeards, Longbeards, what are their purpose? Their purpose is to hold as well, just better than dwarf warriors. Your win condition here is your bows.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And that's kind of how dwarves work. You know, it's like their win conditions, if as long as we're not talking like slayers and our iron breakers, their win conditions are in their weapons,
Yep.
like their guns and their bows and stuff.
Yeah.
So
100%.
you just have to tie them down long enough to break them.
Yeah. And I was bunched up a little bit sometimes. I think I could have played better. I think this is winnable for sure. Like I didn't feel like your build was a better build. I felt like you obviously used it really well, but I think that this has potential to beat it. I don't think it's an impossible thing. I have no idea.
Especially if you somehow fit 2 iron breakers in there, you probably win.
I certainly could. I could cut some stuff and stick some iron breakers. You think?
Well, here's the thing about iron breakers, man, is that their leadership is so high, and they can just hold and fight, and also they have blasting charges, which destroy any wood elf, anything.
Yeah, any wood elf anything. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, to answer Hammond's question, so you just got to think about it from the perspective of like, what do orcs do well and what do they not do well, and what do goblins do well and what do they not do well? That's how I like to think about it. So orcs they have higher leadership, they higher HP, and they grind. They have really good infantry, and they can grind through infantry fights really well. They're real hardy. Goblins are faster. Goblins are faster. A lot of them have stealth. A lot of them have poison. So those are the things that they do better than orcs. However, goblins are low leadership. They break really easy. They have lower HP pools. They don't fight as well. Orcs are slower. So you just got to think about, like, when you're building an army, you got to think about, what am I trying to do? And then use that information about those goblins and orcs to better fit what you're trying to do.
No Anvil of Doom. No.
Nah, Anvil of Doom's not going to do much for you there. I only casted like 3 pendulums.
Yeah.
So yeah, I play a lot with Yamais, who's a pretty good dwarf player, and he was telling me that the key to fighting off the wood elf melee rush are iron breakers.
Well, I just put in 2 iron breakers, and all I had to sacrifice was 2 rangers.
Yeah, so you sit those bad boys right in the middle, and as soon as they get close with war dancers or wildwood rangers or wild riders, you just blasting charge them.
In the middle of my box, like not on the front line.
Yeah, you wait for them to come in.
Wait.
And then you just throw it.
Wait for a really juicy target.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so Mazda has it right. He's like, Gobos are kind of like skinks, and orcs are kind of like Saurus. You can look at that the same way.
Mm-hmm. So,
anyway.
Ix, I don't know if you were on. We just did it. He beat me. It was pretty close, but he took me out. And then afterwards he goes, you should probably build some... I know, and I literally was like, Ix, are you there?
No, she missed it.
You weren't there? It's in the VOD, though.
You probably have the replay in your autosave, or it's in the VOD, yeah.
That's true, I have the replay.
So, yeah, if you want to throw up the replay, we could look at it real quick.
Alright, let's do that.
Kind of analyze it.
Let's do that. Here we go. We're going to watch the replay. And we're just going to talk about how Scrutinizer beat me, and I'm literally crying, and I don't think my morale is ever going to recover. And I'm quitting Twitch, I'm quitting Warhammer, I'm quitting my job, and I'm moving to the Galapagos Islands to look at the turtles before they all die. They're really cool tortoises. So, yeah. Great place. Yeah, you didn't realize you crushed my spirit so badly, did you?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, bro.
Oh, bro.
It's not that big of a deal.
It's not. No. You did you even hear what I said just now?
I did. I
That's
think
how
I
big
think
of a fucking deal it is, sir.
I think you're taking it a little too hard.
Maybe. So he's got 3 cav. He's got the 2 glade riders, and then he's got a wild rider somewhere sneaking around here. Oh,
It's
you
in
know
the
what?
back.
It was fucking vanguarded, but honestly, I knew they were gonna come in the back anyway, so I wasn't really too worried. Look how wide he deployed, X. Like, look how wide he is. And then watch. So I move up on him a little bit. I'm moving to France to eat a baguette? Oh. Sounds pretty good. I do like baguettes. Someone was like, what is a baguette? And like the answer was, it's bread candy. And I was like, what the fuck? Fucking, what a weird ass answer. So I'm just firing, you know, moving stuff. I moved a little too far over here on my left flank, your right flank, but I did stop and realized, unfortunately, I didn't see these in time.
You get a little disconjointed over there.
Yeah, over here?
It wasn't too bad on that
Yeah.
left flank.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I was like, wait a second, and then I just charged in, so that summon was great. Literal free on that one. So that was
Draco.
a bummer. Yeah, you just run away. What I said is brioche. Oh. Brioche is bread candy? Brioche isn't bread candy, it's just a bread.
So notice these wild riders are like almost constantly on the move.
Yeah.
Well, that was a nice dodge on that pendulum. Did you do that on purpose?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
But I couldn't dodge like the other 2 though, or whatever it was. I was really bummed. And these rangers are just stuck. They get stuck a lot.
Yeah.
I'm just sitting here and I'm not shooting at anything, because he's in my back line and I'm all over the place. I'm like, oh my god. So a lot of it is just look how much. There they go. They finally start shooting. These guys haven't shot at all. This is where I got that glade rider really well, I think.
Yeah. I made a mistake here. I bunched up my cav.
Yeah. And then I was like, sweet, and I came in. But there's the cab over here. Oh my, yawn. I didn't do as well. That's the one that I was like, I noticed it, and you saw the order go out, but it was just too late.
Yeah. To be fair, there's a lot going on.
Yeah, it's a bit. It's just a bit. Just, I mean, honestly, like, what is there to say other than you were bouncing all over your cav? My longbeards and whatnot are just kind of pulled out of position. Stuff sitting here undefended. You know, I'm trying to run away, but
Yeah, that's the thing. You have to, as Wood Elves, you have to use your speed and mobility to shut down the ranged assets. That's how you win.
yeah, all that matters is that range, yo.
Because if you notice, like, Murph is constantly moving his bows here to try to reposition and get free. But, like, I'm hounding him with the spears, everything I got, really.
And, but now we've made it even worse, though, because I've added iron breakers, so this is going to be even worse for the Wood Elves. Shooting in. Firing it, like, and I'm bunching up. I'm bunching up my archers, which is bad. I need to fucking just spread them out, so you at least have to march under bow fire.
Yeah.
But
So you're on the right
unfortunately-
flank? It's a there's a rear charge by the Wild Riders. Try to break those Longbeards.
Oh, right here.
Yeah. Because right now I'm just like I just need to break as many units as I can and get them out of the way.
Mm-hmm. What if I added 2 engineers with only flash bombs? I mean, that's not a bad idea, but I think the Iron Breakers will be more effective because the Iron Breakers will literally take units out of the game.
And
Full blown.
they'll hold forever.
Yeah, they'll hold so long, and like, if you come with me with a War Dancer, I'm gonna blasting charge. It's gonna be dead, and then I can protect from another unit. It's like 2 jobs in one almost. And you can just see, I'm just losing my stuff. He's just swarming me in the back. He's just all over. No, I mean, don't remove the Iron Breakers. Leave them in and add that. That's not a bad idea. I could try that maybe, but I might want all of that infantry just to protect me. Get more gold. I'm an idiot. Yeah, it's true. You got me there. You got me there. Draco with 4 spears, 4 war dancers, and 4 what the hell? Wildwood Rangers. And then Glade Riders, 2 of them, and a Wild Rider is the build. X. So I call this is the 4x4x4 build. The 444 build. No caster, no. The caster's Draca. You saw those pendulums coming down? Pew, 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 pew. Draca's doing that. I meant, you didn't bring another caster. Yeah. 2 casters when you're learning, I wouldn't recommend 2 casters anyways, to be honest. That's a little too much spellage.
Yeah, Draca's cheap. And like I was saying, it allows you to spend more on just bodies.
Their assets. Absolutely. Okay, does anyone have a matchup? We're gonna wrap it up pretty darn soon here.
It's about time, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm thinking one more battle.
Okay.
Anybody? You got one more matchup, anyone? Don't give us something ridiculous. Skaven versus Beastman? I can't play either of those.
Did you leave the lobby, Murph?
Not gonna lie. Yeah, because I did a replay.
Oh, that's right.
Like, I can play those, but Scroot's gonna maul me. So,
What are you talking about?
oh, he said Skaven versus Beastmen. And I'm like, I'm not good enough on either of those races to play you. Full blown.
Yeah, come over to my side, Murph, for a sec.
Can't, you gotta open a slot.
Oh, I'm the host, yes. So I was gonna say, this is another way to play it. That's from the Wood Elf side.
Tons of bows, huh?
Yeah, that is more kite oriented. But yeah.
Hey Pyro, how's it going, dude? We got
Sisters do a lot of work here.
Central Scrutinizer on. Yeah, Sisters, I love Sisters against Dwarfs, to be honest. I just love Sisters in general, though. Spellsinger of Beasts. Yeah, that makes sense. This looks so fucking micro-intensive. Oh my god.
It is.
I mean, I could play Beastman versus him. Lol, can I? No. I'm gonna be the strimmer, and I'm gonna fight him. I'm gonna take my my right, you know. All right. Say I'm not like this. Okay. Who you got against lizards? I'm gonna go lizards.
Let's see. Actually, let me play. I've been working on a Lisbon Norska build. Let me do that.
A Norska build versus lizards. Okay. All right. That's actually a faction that I have always historically struggled against. I'm not a fan.
Norska?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah. If you
See-
rush me, I die.
What's funny is that's how I feel about Norskin to Lizardman. I'm like, how the fuck do I win it?
Well, you've been playing at a higher level than me for a while at this point now. And I'm just,
Yeah, for sure.
I'm just finally kind of getting comfortable in my skills, where it's like, I can do things. But yeah, I full blown. If you rush me, I die. Like if you collapse everything at the same time, no, there's nothing for it. I can't.
With
fight it off.
Lizardman?
With anything. If I'm playing a faction and you rush me all at the same time, I'll die.
Yeah.
And I just struggle with that type of play. Getting better for sure, absolutely getting better. But
Yeah, it's the thing about that is it requires you to have a high level of micro in a very short period of time, and
Yeah.
that just comes with time.
Yep.
And like the awareness and acknowledgement that you're being too slow in that time period. You know how I got better at that is because I had those same, and I'm still trying to get better at that. But I really watch a lot of high level players stream,
Mhm.
and I would watch them stream quick battles, and I would just watch how fast they would micro, and like I would not just how fast they would micro, but like what they would allow themselves to micro, like their priority in micro,
Hey,
and
Oracle,
how
how's it
they.
going? Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
I don't-
Priority in
yeah,
micro is a really good point.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
It's like I would do things like let me select every unit and move every unit, but I would watch them and they would be like, no, I'm gonna move 5 units at once. You know what I mean? Shit like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. I definitely, like, I've watched Lotus Moon and stuff.
Yeah, he's a great guy to watch. So one thing Lotus does is if he's trying to envelop, right? He's got a super wide, like my Wood Elf army I just had. If he's trying to envelop, what he'll do is he'll select a whole flank by itself and alt drag that whole flank up and around on the side. So we're talking like 5 or 6 units at a time. And he'll do that with both flanks. And then, so he'll essentially move his army in 3 different segments.
Makes sense.
So that's one thing I picked up from guys like that.
Makes sense. I think that's good advice. Thanks, Ix. We're gonna do it. We're gonna try our best for sure. This is honestly probably the build I win the most with, just out of everything. I think I actually win on this more than I win on Wood Elves. But I don't know. I used to, like, when I first started doing it, I was pretty bad on it, you guys, but as I was determined because I could see, I got to the point where it's like, I can see that it's good. I know it's good. My skill level is high enough, my understanding of the game is high enough that it's like, this is a good build. I know it's a good build. I'm just not playing it right, so I just kept practicing. And squished Contende a few times on this build for sure.
Uh-oh.
We're gonna try though. We'll see. We'll see.
You ready?
Just about, my friend.
Okay.
I don't know what it is, but I'm just kind of a slow deployer.
It's okay. You take your time, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
There's nothing wrong with slowing down and enjoying life.
All right, my man. Let's do it. flanks.
Ooh. Caught that left flank pretty well.
We do our best. We're doing our best. Go. Why the hell are you not on Wolfric anymore? Yep, can't do it, guys. Tried.
I feel like it's still pretty close.
Yeah, but I can feel it slipping away from me. I can feel it. It is occurring. Oh, come on, come on. Come on. Come on. Get in there. Come on. It's too fucking much skirmish, Kev.
Yep.
I don't have any answers to it. You're just gonna kite me into oblivion. Which I had no idea you would ever bring that much skirmish cav against lizards. Like, holy shit.
Yeah. It's one of the few ways to fight lizardmen as Norska, I think.
Not a fan, sir. Not a fan.
It's okay.
We're still in it. It's potential. It's got potential, but you guys... I don't like how I played the manticores, I think. I think I needed to... I focused Wolfric too much. I got Lord Greedy. Didn't work. There was nothing in there for it. I should have just tried to kill all of his units. Damn. I hate playing against kites so much. I hate it so fucking much, I really do. It's just like, ugh.
This is actually really close.
Yeah, we're going for
Dude,
it.
the Croxigores
Are good, huh?
Yeah, I I don't know that I have an answer for them, honestly.
Yeah, we'll see. You're running out of ammo, but
Wolfrick's like, hey, you know what? Let me just sit in the middle of fucking Croxigors.
yeah, you should, to be honest with you. Bring him on over. Come on. Come on.
There we go. The final hoorah.
Right? Come on, come on. God, it's close. Can we get him? Can we get him? Is it gonna happen? It might fucking happen. We're routing him. Come on, boys. Come on, Lizzie boys. Get in there. Get in there. Either way, good fucking game.
Yeah, man.
Come on. And that's all we play for. I don't care if I win or lose. I care that the game is good. Oh, come on, don't. Yeah, don't. Yes, good, thank goodness. I was like, don't fucking come back. There's a bunch of units that almost came back. Oh, are we gonna fucking die? Can I just say, fuck you, Screw? God damn it, I'm gonna get you. Ah! Get back here.
Those fucking Croxigors, man.
Yeah, dude. Love them. They're brutal. Wearing them down pretty good, though. There's a whole bunch of dead ones. Get in there.
Nice. Oh.
Oh my god!
Everything routed.
Yeah, everything did. Come on. I got plenty of ammo. Oh, come on. Get the fuck out of here. Shit.
It's close.
It's so close. Oh no.
Fucking foot casters.
Fucking footcasters, dude.
They just get knocked down.
You gotta love it.
I do. You know what? You know what's gonna happen here?
What's that?
That.
Get away from him, Oxy. Stop talking to him. You don't want to talk to him. No, no.
Ah, my dog's routed. Nice. Good game.
Fucking. Oh boy. Wow. Wow.
That was a good game.
Dude. What a note to end on. I have to say, thank you for playing with me and casting and doing all that stuff. That was a really fun time, dude. You guys,
Yeah.
Central Scrutinizer, an absolute legend. Really cool guy. Loves some crazy ass music. Extremely talented Warhammer player. I'm sure, I hope you'll come back at some point as well. This was a blast with you, my friend.
Yeah, man, you need to, what you need to do is just get a bunch of people on here. I mean, if you're interested in that.
Yeah.
People who know a lot about all the different factions. I think that'd be really cool.
I think that's
'Cause,
a
like,
good idea.
Yeah, you could have somebody on here, so for like people like Phoenix who play a lot of Wood Elves, you could have like a Wood Elf specialist on here to really help her out. I think that'd be cool.
I think that's a great idea. That's like the first thing you said when you got on here. And
Yeah. Well, I was thinking about it, you know, and like you have that niche of like teaching people. Nobody's really doing that, you know. So.
yeah, I kind of noticed that. I didn't necessarily mean to, make a niche. I just figured I'd combine my love of video games here with my love of teaching and just see what we could do. And I've been having a great time. So,
Indeed.
dude.
All right, man.
All right, dude. Thank you. Like I said, thanks for coming. I don't know if you've anything you want to say to the folks at home. You know, typically it's like you bring someone on and you're like, shout out your socials and all that shit. But I don't know if you're into anything like that. But
I don't have any channels or anything. I'm just a dude.
just
so.
a dude. All
Yeah.
right, you heard it here, guys. He's just a dude.